recognize the unique needs of each customer and meet those needs to create value for customers. We serve customers in over 70 countries, delivering consistent quality and value through our integrated value chain. From double digit revenue growth to a threefold jump in profitability over the past 5 years, our growth has been transformative, driven by strong R&D investments and a sharp focus on customer value creation. We are now stepping up with a 750 crore investment in capacity expansion, powering our journey to become a $1 billion global business by 2030. Sustainability is embedded in our operations, with clear progress across energy, emissions, water, and waste. Our strong safety culture underpins everything we do. Through initiatives like Aim for Zero, ongoing training, and built in safeguards across our operations. We take pride in the people who power our journey: diverse teams, inclusive environments, and a culture of shared ownership. Our purpose is clear: to shape the future of sustainable chemistry with trusted partnerships, deep application expertise, and a commitment to care. Godrej Chemicals. Sustainable chemistry, creating infinite possibilities.
There are 1,000 ways to describe us, but one feels true. We are what we do. And at Godrej, we craft. We craft for what endures, holding together poetry and engineering, values and ambition. With people and planet at the heart of what we do. We craft progress, rooted in empathy. Moving industries forward with green chemistry. We craft prosperity for those ready to grow. We craft abundance so those who reap can garner more. We craft spaces where dreams are lived and joy finds its way. We craft goodness that stays with you through the everyday. We craft a world where work meets life and ideas become art. We craft with our hands, with our minds, and with our hearts. Godrej Industries. Crafting tomorrow since 1897.
The surfactant industry is entering a new phase. Today, customers are looking beyond performance alone. They are seeking milder chemistry and a more future-ready footprint. As the category evolves from conventional surfactants to bio-based and now biosurfactant technologies, it is creating new opportunities in sustainable chemistry. At Godrej Chemicals, we are well placed to contribute to this shift. Backed by strong surfactant expertise, an integrated value chain, responsible manufacturing, and deep application understanding. And now, as the first entity in India to make sophorolipids, we are bringing that capability into a new era of biosurfactants. Introducing SL Nova, a next-generation sophorilipid platform designed to bring together biotechnology-derived performance and gentle care. It is 100% bio-based, non-GMO, multifunctional, and enabled by proprietary fermentation technology. SL Nova brings together technical performance, formulation versatility, and future-ready chemistry. It offers low foaming and is well suited for aqueous and high foam cleansing systems. It also offers stronger surface activity with lower foam, making it well suited for emulsification and low foaming applications. With low critical micelle concentration, excellent emulsification, very low interfacial tension, mildness, moisturizing properties, and biodegradability, SL Nova is designed to support both technical performance and consumer benefit. Its versatility opens possibilities across personal care, color cosmetics, home and laundry care, industrial and institutional cleaning, animal nutrition, and more. Backed by dedicated biotechnology R&D, SL Nova marks a new step in our journey in biosurfactant innovation. SL Nova, biotechnology-derived performance and gentle care.
For over 128 years, Godrej has been synonymous with trust and innovation, from India to the world. Today, Godrej Chemicals carries this legacy forward, creating chemistry that powers everyday life. We are a trusted partner to leading brands and diverse industries, offering performance-driven, customized, and sustainable solutions across key sectors like home and personal care, agrochemicals, food and beverages, lubricants and metalworking fluids, paints and coatings, oil and refinery, intermediates, rubber additives. Our innovation pipeline is built on application-led research, driven by a team of experts at NG Star, our state-of-the-art research and application center. It is supported by a strong synthesis team and industry academia partnerships. We recognize the unique needs of each customer and meet those needs to create value for customers. We serve customers in over 70 countries, delivering consistent quality and value through our integrated value chain. From double-digit revenue growth to a threefold jump in profitability over the past 5 years, our growth has been transformative, driven by strong R&D investments and a sharp focus on customer value creation. We We are now stepping up with a 750 crore investment in capacity expansion, powering our journey to become a 1 USD billion global business by 2030. Sustainability is embedded in our operations, with clear progress across energy, emissions, water, and waste. Our strong safety culture underpins everything we do. Through initiatives like Aim for Zero, ongoing training, and built in safeguards across our operations. We take pride in the people who power our journey, diverse teams, inclusive environments, and a culture of shared ownership. Our purpose is clear: to shape the future of sustainable chemistry with trusted partnerships, deep application expertise, and a commitment to care. Godrej Chemicals. Sustainable chemistry, creating infinite possibilities.
There are 1,000 ways to describe us. But one feels true. We are what we do. And at Godrej, we craft. We craft for what endures, holding together poetry and engineering, values and ambition. With people and planet at the heart of what we do. We craft progress, rooted in empathy. Moving industries forward with green chemistry. We craft prosperity for those ready to grow. We craft abundance so those who reap can garner more. We craft spaces where dreams are lived and joy finds its way. We craft goodness that stays with you through the everyday. a world where work meets life and ideas become art. We craft with our hands, with our minds, and with our hearts. Godrej Industries. Crafting tomorrow since 1897.
The surfactant industry is entering a new phase. Today, customers are looking beyond performance alone. They are seeking milder chemistry and a more future-ready footprint. As the category evolves from conventional surfactants to bio-based and now biosurfactant technologies, it is creating new opportunities in sustainable chemistry. At Godrej Chemicals, we are well placed to contribute to this shift. Backed by strong surfactant expertise, an integrated value chain, responsible manufacturing, and deep application understanding. And now, as the first entity in India to make sophorolipids, we are bringing that capability into a new era of biosurfactants. Introducing SL Nova, a next-generation sophorilipid platform designed to bring together biotechnology-derived performance and gentle care. It is 100% bio-based, non-GMO, multifunctional, and enabled by proprietary fermentation technology. SL Nova brings together technical performance, formulation versatility, and future-ready chemistry. It offers low foaming and is well suited for aqueous and high foam cleansing systems. It also offers stronger surface activity with lower foam, making it well suited for emulsification and low foaming applications. With low critical micelle concentration, excellent emulsification, very low interfacial tension, mildness, moisturizing properties, and biodegradability, SL Nova is designed to support both technical performance and consumer benefit. Its versatility opens possibilities across personal care, color cosmetics, home and laundry care, industrial and institutional cleaning, animal nutrition, and more. Backed by dedicated biotechnology R&D, SL Nova marks a new step in our journey in biosurfactant innovation. SL Nova, biotechnology-derived performance and gentle care.
For over 128 years, Godrej has been synonymous with trust and innovation, from India to the world. Today, Godrej Chemicals carries this legacy forward, creating chemistry that powers everyday life. We are a trusted partner to leading brands and diverse industries, offering performance-driven, customized, and sustainable solutions across key sectors like home and personal care, agrochemicals, food and beverages, lubricants and metalworking fluids, paints and coatings, oil and refinery, intermediates, rubber additives. Our innovation pipeline is built on application-led research, driven by a team of experts at NG Star, our state-of-the-art research and application center. It is supported by a strong synthesis team and industry academia partnerships. We recognize the unique needs of each customer and meet those needs to create value for customers. We serve customers in over 70 countries, delivering consistent quality and value through our integrated value chain. From double-digit revenue growth to a threefold jump in profitability over the past 5 years, our growth has been transformative, driven by strong R&D investments and a sharp focus on customer value creation. We are now stepping up with a 750 crore investment in capacity expansion, powering our journey to become a $1 billion global business by 2030. Sustainability is embedded in our operations, with clear progress across energy, emissions, water, and waste. Our strong safety culture underpins everything we do. Through initiatives like Aim for Zero, ongoing training, and built-in safeguards across our operations. We take pride in the people who power our journey, diverse teams, inclusive environments, and a culture of shared ownership. Our purpose is clear. Chemistry with trusted partnerships, deep application expertise, and a commitment to care. Godrej Chemicals. Sustainable chemistry, creating infinite possibilities.
Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, Before we start the entire evening, may I please request people who are sitting on the back to please come and sit on the front. And while this migration happens, may I please request the team to play the safety video.
Welcome to Godrej One, corporate head office of Godrej Group of Companies. The premises is no tobacco zone and no smoking zone. Do not run inside the premises. Do not operate or handle any equipment, electrical panels, etc. unless otherwise authorized to do so. Emergency instructions. In case of emergency, it will be notified through the siren tone and public announcement system. Pay attention to the public address system about instructions given out on how to handle the emergency. If the emergency requires an evacuation, it will be notified through the siren tone and personal announcement, public address system. Upon hearing this evacuation tone, you will be required to reach the nearest assembly point. Do not run, just walk briskly. Emergency signage posted at locations will lead you to the nearest exit. During an emergency, use the outer staircase only to exit your area. If you are in the first or higher floors, do not use lifts or escalator. At the assembly point, follow the instructions given by the site controller or the security personnel. Once the emergency is resolved, it will be informed through the announcement. In case you see any unsafe situation or incident, please dial 916-730-3030. You may also reach out to the nearest person to convey the emergency. Unsafe situation. Exit procedure. Remember to collect your belongings, if any, from the meeting room and the security office. Thank you for visiting us.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Godrej Industries Group, a very warm welcome to each and everyone over here for the National Chemistry Day Summit 2026. It is wonderful to see many leaders, innovators, policymakers, and industry professionals in the audience. Few sciences have shaped human progress as profoundly as chemistry. It is present in almost everything we rely on every day, from food we consume to the medicines we trust, to the technologies, materials, and innovations that power the modern life. Yet, perhaps chemistry's greatest contribution is ability to help the society adapt, solve problems, and move forward. And that makes especially relevant in today's rapidly changing world. We live in a world defined by the rapid technological advances, evolving customer expectations, climate challenges, shifting global trade dynamics, and increasing geopolitical uncertainty. And perhaps no industry understands this better than the industry that we all are in, the chemistry. As the foundation of countless value chains, our industry has consistently demonstrated an extraordinary ability to evolve, innovate, and create solutions for a changing world. This year marks the third edition of Godrej Industries Group National Chemistry Day. Every year, we come together to honor the enduring legacy of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, whose contribution as scientist, educator, entrepreneur, an institutional builder, laid the foundations of modern chemistry in India. At the same time, each edition of the summit brings the legacy into the present by examining the opportunities and the challenges that the industry faces. In 2025, our conversation focused on driving innovation and growth in India's chemical industry. We explored multiple dimensions like innovation, R&D, and collaboration, which we believe can strengthen the Indian competitiveness. As we gather for our third edition, the conversation evolves further because while innovation remains essential, today's world demands something more. In an environment shaped by technological disruption, geopolitical shifts, changing supply chains, sustainability imperatives, and evolving talent expectations, organizations must develop the ability to anticipate change, adapt quickly, and emerge stronger. And that brings us to the theme for this year, staying resilient in the new age world. Before we move forward, may I now please invite Mr. Nadir Godrej, Chairman Emeritus Godrej Industries Group, to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, Gaurav. Okay. Our labor laws have been such that industry couldn't do much in labor-intensive production. There was far too much obstruction. Indeed, India could succeed when knowledge was the crying need. Much progress we can therefore see in pharma, chemicals, and IT. And I, for one, am very sure the chemicals growth will endure. The pandemic has accelerated future trends long awaited. E-commerce, AI, digitization are growing fast in every nation. While digitization was a trend, the curve is now on an upward bend. And in Indian firms, we also see the use of AI and IoT. Investing in R&D is wise. Good profits we can realize. AI is spreading throughout the chain, and many companies will gain. With AI, we also see progress in drug discovery. Other new chemicals can also be found, as these methods are very sound. The chemical industry is the foundation for building an industrial nation. And very clearly it would seem that Make in India is an empty dream if our industry doesn't succeed in making the chemicals we need. For chemicals are the key for each and every industry. Supporting industry is our goal. I'm so glad I played a role. Chemistry has much expanded. Though if I were to be candid, I can't possibly explain the mystery of the strange lack of chemistry between chemistry and the public at large. What we need is a new charge of the heavy brigade to show the endless benefits that flow from chemistry, the central science. Alas, the public puts its reliance on a naive faith that nature's best without putting it to the test. There is no designer like evolution, and nature provides many a solution. While I always marvel at nature's design, we can't conclude it's all benign. Botulism, snake venom, and typhoid are natural and yet things to avoid. Let's hope the world will clearly see the advantage of chemistry. What better day to show the way than on National Chemistry Day? I often wonder what life would be if the father of chemistry, Antoine Lavoisier, hadn't existed. I doubt that anyone has listed each and every benefit with chemistry at the root of it. He measured everything he did and helped to remove the lid of ignorance that then prevailed. And since then, we have availed of many benefits like medicine. Some chemical is often in everything that we handle, from solar lamp to simple candle. The virtual world is now ascendant, but even that is dependent on silicon or gallium arsenide. And chemists can take pride in materials that are strong in light, with costs that are just right, and provide efficient transportation and GHG elimination. And so I will proudly claim an unusual source of fame, the birthday that I proudly share with the man who measured air. And with you I will share the date for its 26/8. Perhaps it was my destiny to play a role in chemistry. Antoine Laurent Lavoisier, thanks for showing us the way. And of course to Prafulla Chandra Ray, in whose honor we celebrate today. For Atmanirbhar we certainly try, but our trade deficit is very high. Nor do we think that will mend, for it is on an upward trend. In specialty chemicals we are strong, and have been so for very long. There is no deficit in this field thanks to the expertise we wield. Many benefits we will see with our focus on R&D. India is the place to go when it comes to CDMO. New molecules are on the rise. Though there's risk, it would be wise to take the plunge and have foresight, as our future will be bright. Now, globally, as we know, agrochemical demand is rather slow. Overstocking weighed us down. Hope springs eternal, but we still frown. But what will be the future trend? Our brighter days around the bend. Geopolitical turmoil has been unfurled. We now live in a topsy-turvy world. Bab al-Mandab and Hormuz are very often in the news. The economy gets badly poked every time these straits are choked. Resilience is a crying need for all of us to succeed. For some risks we can indeed prepare, but of many we would be unaware. Quickly reacting should be a part of our new survival art. From resilience in the supply chain, there is indeed much to gain. For resilience, we should collaborate. The outcome can be truly great. Challenges will be there. Good learnings we can all share. Agility can help us aspire to lead our businesses ever higher. From all our speakers, we can seek new knowledge that will inspire. For greater heights, we can aspire. So if we are to succeed, green chemistry is the need. Green chemistry has always been there, but all the same, it's only fair to state that now it's to the fore, and the emphasis is that much more. The cause by now would have been lost had we always incurred a cost. While planet saving led the way, now we know that it can pay. Harmful waste is very bad, but any waste is very sad. For after all, waste is lost, and so indeed unneeded cost. For saving wastes, it's always nice to have our reactions quite precise. Of course, green chemistry is clean, but it also pays because it's lean. Much progress we now clearly see with nano and biotechnology. Crop yields are all on the rise, and so it's not a big surprise. Natural feedstocks are catching on. The fossil way may soon be gone. All of us should now try to give fossil feedstocks the go-by. Of course, every chemist knows of oil and starch and cellulose. We've used sucrose and ethanol and started using glycerol. But now that in recent days we've made progress with cellulase, cheap, simple sugars can lead the way, the dawning of a glorious day. And soon we'll make a giant leap, and green energy gets very cheap. In the Godrej Industries Group, chemistry was always in the loop. As a manufacturer of soap, chemistry was within our scope. Fatty acid was naturally there. Byproduct glycerine had a share. Then fatty alcohol came along. In oleochemicals we were strong. Green detergents was our goal, so green surfactants played a role. Then specialty chemicals came along. In all these, GIL is strong and expanding very fast, well beyond our steady past. For Godrej Agrovet, crop protection is indeed a major section. And Aztec Life Sciences, we all know, is very big in CDMO. In all these businesses, we now see a quantum leap in R&D. And R&D, we all know, will surely help us all to grow. Our panelists are very bright. I'm sure they'll shed a lot of light. They will help to show the way on National Chemistry Day. If we keep all this in sight, our future will be very bright. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring words and the different aspects of the chemistry that we live in. To take us forward and set the flow for the third edition of National Chemistry Day, I would like to invite Mr. Vishal Sharma, ED and CEO of Godrej Chemicals and Chairperson Aztec Life Sciences. Vishal comes with more than 2 decades of experience in global leadership across 5 continents, spanning both strategic and operational roles. He has successfully led scale-up initiatives, driven business transformations, and built high-performing teams across diverse sectors. Passionate about sustainability and people development, Vishal is known for his mission to make everything he touches better and proudly serves as a chief cheerleader for his teams. Welcome, Vishal.
Thank you, Gaurav. A big welcome to all of you, first of all. Last 2 years, we held the National Chemistry Day on a Friday. And one of the big reasons was we thought, let's have it on a Friday, people can come, attend this, and then take it easy the rest of the day. And this time, unfortunately, we could not find a Friday. So we had to do it on a Monday. And we were pretty worried, are people going to come or not? And looking up there, we were unnecessarily worried. So thank you once again to all of you for taking the time to do this. And that's not just for everyone, who's come as participants, but also to our panelists, and I'll talk a bit more about that as we go forward. So this is the third National Chemistry Day we are having, and I think it's important for me to just lay out, Gaurav spoke a bit, NBG with his fantastic poem shared quite a bit, but I just want to say a few more things about the philosophy and concept behind this. So one was, of course, India is one of the unique countries which has a National Chemistry Day. Not every country has this. And I think given the importance of the chemical industry to our country, it's very pertinent for us to be recognizing this. And that's how the idea of us having a National Chemistry Day event, not as a Godrej event, not as a Godrej Chemicals event, but as a chemical industry event was born. So this particular day, this event that we do is not about us, it's about all of us, it's about the industry. I like to say very often, in the chemical space, each one of us is a competitor, supplier, and customer for each other at the same time. And that's actually true. If I look at many of the other company leaders here, we either compete with each other or we buy from them or we sell to them. And in some cases, we do all three. So that's how the industry is. And if we have to take this industry forward in the right direction for India, for the sake of the industry, for the sake of each other, because that's how the value chain plays out, we got to do things together. That's the concept behind the National Chemistry Day that we've been doing. And we intend to continue this platform on a permanent basis. Now, let me just come to a little bit as to why the theme this year is resilience. First of all, I don't think it's a surprise. The world is not very resilient right now. Everything's changing. The rules of the game is changing. What we used to call as the global order does not exist anymore. There are leaders on the global stage, there are leaders of big, powerful countries who are operating in ways which sometimes are difficult to understand. I often have our teams asking, so what do you think is going to happen next month? And I'm like, I think the people who make that call themselves don't know what they're going to do next month. It is that unpredictable, okay? And this is not just one country I'm talking about, I'm talking broadly. You don't anticipate when a war's going to break out, and it happens. You don't anticipate when new trade laws are going to come in, and they come in. You don't anticipate when barriers come up or other challenges come up, and they happen. That's how the world is moving. So the one thing that is going to keep us as an industry, as a chemical industry in India, and each one of us as companies strong going forward is resilience. And resilience means, I was at a seminar actually a few weeks back, and the ex-chairman of IOCL, Mr. Vaidya, said something very beautiful. He said, we often look at companies and supply chains for how profitable they are and how efficient they are. Whereas he said we should actually look at how resilient they are. When times are good, everyone does well. When times are not good, can you still do well? That decides how great, how strong you really are. And I think that's a challenge for all of us. So I hope that today, the fantastic panelists that we have 2 panels, and then we have 2 speakers after that, and 1 fireside chat. I hope all of you are going to find this very useful. Just to go through it very quickly, the first panel that we have, I'm going to be moderating that. Along with me, we're going to have Mr. Bankim Patra, the country head for loops from IOCL, which all of you know is one of the largest PSUs in India. We have Alex Girding from BASF. He's the managing director of all the BASF entities and companies in India. We're going to have Murli Devuri, who's the country head for Croda, which is the large specialty player for India. Panel 2, we are going to have Sandeep Arora, the Chief Commercial Officer of Godrej Industries, who will be moderating that. Along with him, we are going to have Raj Tiwari, who's the CEO of Superform, which is a part of the UPL group. We're going to have Ajit Kumar, who's the COO of Birla Opus. And we are going to have Vimal Bhola, who's the co-founder and chief R&D scientist, Innovist, which was formerly known as Onesta Labs. After that, we are going to have a talk on AI in the chemical industry. And I had a talk with Sambit Patra on what he's going to say, and I can guarantee you this is going to be a super session. Yep. So he's going to talk very practically about what are the potential applications of AI broadly and then specifically in the chemical industry. And then we are going to have Shefali Kohli, the CHRO of Aditya Birla Chemicals, who's going to talk about talent in the chemical industry, because this is a bit of a challenge for us. I don't know how many of you know this, but the number of engineers, the number of PhDs in the chemical discipline are reducing year on year in India. This is a big problem. If we don't solve this, if we don't make our industry more attractive to the younger generations, and if they all get carried away by IT and AI and I don't know what else, our industry has a big issue going forward. If we don't have talent, we will not be able to move forward. We'll get stuck. And then, of course, we'll have Burgess Godrej delivering the keynote speech at the end. So that's how we're going to move forward with this. With that, let's move forward with the session. I'll hand it back to you, Gaurav. And once again, all of you, welcome. Thank you for being here. This is going to be a very exciting session.
Thank you, Vishal. So, as we kickstart the first panel, the chemical industry today is navigating a rapidly changing environment, from shifting global trade dynamics and regulatory expectations to sustainability, technology, and evolving customer needs. Building resilience, therefore, requires more than strengthening individual organizations. It calls for stronger ecosystem built on policy, partnerships, infrastructure, innovation, and talent. And to kickstart and have a discussion on this, on the panel theme, Resilience Beyond the Enterprise, Building a Future-Ready Chemical Industry, may I please invite on stage Mr. Bankim Patra, Country Head, Loops, India IOCL, Mr. Murli Krishna Devuri, Senior Managing Director, Life Sciences, Asia and Region India, Croda, Alexander Girding, Managing Director, BASF India. And to moderate this session, may I please invite Vishal back on stage.
Okay, so while this is getting set up, the 2 panels that we have, the first panel with Alex, Murli, and Mr. Patra, we're going to focus on resilience for the chemical industry. Okay, it's going to be a bit broad. We're going to talk about the ecosystem, all the players inside it, what can we do to keep the industry and make the industry more resilient so that this industry can progress forward well. The next panel that we have is going to be more focused on organizational resilience, yeah, for individual organizations. So with that, I already introduced the gentlemen, so I won't spend more time there. We'll dive into the session right away. So let me kick off, Murli, with you, with the first question. Now, you're leading Croda, which is a pretty large global specialties player. Okay, that's what Croda largely does. And Murli, given the geopolitics, the way it's been moving in the recent past, what are the biggest risks you believe we in India need to mitigate from a chemical industry perspective specifically?
Well, firstly, can you hear me up there? Yeah, firstly, thank you, Vishal. Great to be here. And, really honored to be here. Specifically to your question, maybe I touch upon some of the risks because I've been, there's just a whole raft of them. I don't think I can cover all of them. But maybe you touch upon some of the risks and then touch upon what it means for the industry and what it means for businesses in the industry, which is the more worrying thing, actually. So I think first and foremost, if you break down the word geopolitics, you've got geography and you've got politics, right? Geography was something that businesses normally would think of, where you set up a plant, what do you do? Politics is a different ballgame. You normally probably didn't discuss politics in the boardroom. But politics is now really affecting business, real time, right? So first and foremost, I think the point was made earlier that and you made the point, some of these changes that are happening in the world, the new world order, these are here to stay. I don't think this is a passing phase. Structurally, there are changes in the way the world is operating. So I think if you look at specifically to the risks itself, I mean, let's start with simple stuff, energy security, right? Material flows or the lack of it. Regulation defragmentation. If you go to politics, you've got, the two biggest economies in the world and their rivalry, which is still playing out. And then you've got conflicts going on in the world. And, Alex and I were having a chat just now, what that might mean for the equations between the two powers and what it might mean for the world as well, right? And then you've got alliances, tariffs, you've got things like logistics challenges, costs going up, lead times going up. Everywhere you see it, exchange rate fluctuations, extremely volatile. We in India have been at the receiving end of that, unfortunately. Some of the other developing nations have not. So you see there's this absolute, across the board, change in how things are working. And the funny thing is a lot of these are interlinked, right? So that's number one. I'd like to spend a minute or two on what it means for business. So obviously you're looking to de-risk these and take mitigating actions. I think the challenge is it's no longer, so for example, the way I see it is you've got first order impacts and second order impacts. And if you look at something like, say, exchange rate fluctuations, it's not just about hedging and exposure. It could fundamentally affect your business. If you have an external commercial borrowing and your capital structure involves some sort of borrowing, then what does it mean for your exposure on that front and how are you going to pay it back, so on and so forth. I think for businesses, you've got to, you've got to think through various what-if scenarios. What seemed impossible is now probably possible, which makes it more complex when you're planning for the future. So you want to sort of build what-if scenarios of a very wide nature. And I think you made the point about industry working together. We can touch upon that later. But I think it's important for every business and every industry to understand where the lines in the sand, at what point does your strategic construct or your business model start to shake, start to become shaky. And that's when you want to start to address some of these. So these are sort of my thoughts around the risks and what we can do.
So if you had to pick two, which you would say, watch out for these, and let's figure out how we mitigate these, what would those two be?
Okay. So one, I think, would actually be material flows. Okay. Materials not being available, especially in the upcoming industries. I think that would be a real problem. And the other thing for me would be regulatory fragmentation, as I call it, led by things like sustainability, et cetera, as well. Right? Because you got things like carbon border tax or something else. You could have new rules everywhere coming up. And increasingly, we are seeing those sort of, you could call them non-tariff barriers or whatever, that are making things difficult for business.
So availability of materials is number one, right? He didn't say price. He did mention cost earlier, but if it's available, sometimes that's good enough. Forget about at what price it's available. And I've been trying to explain this to all our customer industries, yeah, not the chemical industry, but the others, saying, don't worry about the price. We're giving you the product, just pay us what we are asking for. That was a joke, by the way. And though I think looking at Q1 results of the chemical industry, it's been pretty good. I think most of us have done pretty well. So it looks like really availability has become so important that pricing has kind of taken a secondary status out there. And you mentioned regulatory fragmentation, which also I think, we look at things happening in Europe as a prime example, things happening in the US as another prime example. These are very, very challenging, and these things don't happen over a long period of time, they happen fairly suddenly. So thank you for that, Murli. Mr. Patra, you are one of the top leaders of, as I said, one of the largest PSUs in India, and you had the lubricants business there. You would also be fairly close to the government, having conversations with them, yeah, because the government's a big shareholder in the company. In your view, what are the critical ecosystem enablers that the government can potentially work on which can help India emerge as a global chemicals powerhouse? So from a GOI perspective, how do you see it?
Thank you, Mr. Bisal, and good afternoon to all. And it is my privilege to be here on this third National Chemical Day. And thank you, Godrej Industries, for inviting me. Thank you. Having said that, say last 4 or 5 years, we are experiencing disruption after disruption, and therefore probably now disruption is the new normal. And in that scenario, self-reliance may not be the right word. We have to be resilient enough to withstand the togetherness. And having said that, these 4 critical parameters I would like to say here. One is, say, our industry, like I am heading lube business of Indian Oil. So basically, we are part of chemical industry because lubricants is nothing but this mixture of various chemicals and making some product which is suitable for the industry. So in that scenario, first and foremost, feedstock availability and at competitive price. I cannot say that price can be ignored all the time. Feedstock, whatever the industry, that feedstock should be available in a sustainable manner and at competitive price. And for that, if it is forward, backward integration is required, that from government perspective, that needs to be promoted. And at many places or many cases, with current incumbent of Government of India, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat, with that perspective, lot of initiatives have undertaken by our company as well. I am just sharing one example. Up to last year, we are importing Group 3 plus base oils, which are the major ingredients for high performance latest generation engine oils. We have invested a lot, almost 35,000 crore, and we have developed 3 our refineries which are producing Group 3 base oils. And it is, I am really happy to share now India is net exporter of this Group 3 and Group 3 plus base oils from India to those countries from whom we used to import up to last year.
That's fantastic.
We did not stop here just producing the base oils. We also expand our blending capability, and today world largest integrated lube blending complex is developed and commissioned by Indian Oil at our Chennai, which capacity is 672 TMT per annum. So from there, definitely all kinds of lubricants can be manufactured, and we can export as well. Then this is the forward, and same way the backward integration. That is the plastic we use, and that for plastic, obviously, earlier we are having Panipat, and now we are having Paradip petrochemical complex, and another petrochemical complex are coming up in the Tamil Nadu. So this is part. And then ingredient about chemicals, of course, we don't want to venture each and every aspect. However, as Mr. was saying, that reliability is also very, very important, and that's why probably we are working with many partners, even in the chemicals development as well. And very soon, probably, we will also produce some of the chemicals, of course, jointly with us. And this is part one. And then, of course, policy. This policy should be consistent and should not, because if policy is consistent with statutory compliances and all this, then many more industry can come, they can invest, and they can, so that is another aspect. If we do this, then probably we can bring lot of innovation. Of course, innovation comes from the competition, but again, if we collaborate, third part will be the collaboration that will bring lot of resilience. And this is not the time to move solo. We have to collaborate as industry, and probably then together we can we can build the resilient India. That's all. That is my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patra. So expansion at scale comes across very clearly. That is something you mentioned. Expand the value chain, forward integration, backward integration, and you ended by saying collaboration and partnerships. Yeah, and I think that is so spot on. Thank you so much for that. Let me come to you, Alex. So you represent the largest chemical company in the world, BASF, and you lead the Indian business for them. Alex, how do we, as per you, what characteristics do you think makes a country's chemical ecosystem attractive and resilient in the eyes of global investors? Because BASF must be looking what to do, way to expand, and I know India is one of the focus areas.
Sure. Hello, and Vishal, thank you so much for the question. First, big congratulations to Godrej for having this event for the third time, bringing us all together. I think that is fantastic, and thank you for inviting me. And also thank you for being our landlord. You know, I probably had the shortest commute. I just had to come down from the 10th floor. So we're very, very happy tenants, and Godrej is an excellent landlord, so we're really happy to be here. So to your questions now, Vishal. So India for us is a clear strategic country. I think you've also seen that have gotten over the last few years quite a few visits, yeah, including for the first time ever, our entire global board came together to India end of January. So there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of focus. There is increasing collective understanding on what the new India looks like, how different it is also compared to 20 years ago. And I think there is an increasing conviction that we need to also make bigger steps in India. And it's anchored also in our new strategy that was launched by Marcos Kamit, our new CEO, two years ago, where India is clearly highlighted as an advanced country, which means that we want to grow above the market and expand our manufacturing and R&D capabilities. Now, doing that takes time, you know, especially bigger, maybe more midstream investments. These are very sizable investments. You need to find the right location, the right technology, the right partner potentially, and the right timing as well. And the current chemical global context is not an easy one, as we all know. But now, specifically to your point, I think when we look at countries, and specifically also at India, one element which is extremely important is the large potential in terms of consumption. I think chemical consumption per capita in India is 1/10 of the global average. So there's a lot of headroom. You have 1.4 billion population, an aspiring population, young population. Premiumization is happening in all segments of all industries. So the growth potential of the chemical industry is clearly there. The size of the existing chemical industry has also reached a critical mass now that could start justifying world-scale investments. So I think the size of the local market, the growth prospects of the local market, I think is key. A second thing that is key for us as a company when we look to invest somewhere is certainly having stable and predictable policies. And I think India stands out there compared to many other countries that we would have never imagined that would stand out in another way. So India has been extremely stable, stable government, stable policies, also focusing on manufacturing, increasing manufacturing base. Viksit Bharat 2047 cannot be achieved without a much stronger manufacturing base, and you need an enabling chemical industry to make that happen. So second, stable and predictable policies. Third, I think talent, and I think India has a very broad and deep talent base, not only in chemical manufacturing, but in many other domains. So access to very, very good talent is another one. Then, of course, also infrastructure that is available, ease of doing business, logistic costs. There, I think on the logistic costs, India has always been on the higher side. I think that has been improving over the last years, but it's still high. Ease of doing business has also been improving, still room for improvement. But those are also elements that are important for a multinational before deciding to invest. And then, of course, access to competitive and available feedstocks is another one. Yeah, so there's multiple elements. And then if I had to add a cherry on the top, having also countries that are committed to sustainability, because we clearly say, let's say climate change is here to stay. I was just in Italy, in northern part of Italy, and it was so hot, I almost wanted to leave again. I think next time I'm going to Scandinavia to have my summer vacation. So climate change is here to stay. I think it's undeniable. I know some people want to deny it, but it's here to stay, and I think it's our responsibility as industries, as countries also, to provide an ecosystem to become more sustainable. We are very committed to this as a company. We want to become net zero by 2050. We're on track, but it also has to be fundable, and I think that's the big topic. Who is going to pay for it? And that's not an easy one, but I think it's a collective effort that we need to take. So sustainability frameworks and ecosystem and commitment is another one. And then last but not least, innovation as well, because you need innovation, you need competition. Competition fuels innovation to constantly come with better, more sustainable products that will help. So these are all, I know there were a few, but important elements that we always consider before making bigger investments, yeah?
Thank you, Alex. So one thing is clear. BASF is India is in the top 3 opportunities for BASF from a global standpoint, yeah? And while Alex mentioned multiple points, I think the ones where India clearly ticks the box is the huge consumption opportunity, which is only growing, a sizable chemical industry already, at scale, strong talent base. Yes, logistics can be better, infrastructure could be a bit better, both from a quality and cost point of view. Sustainability focus, I think, is very much there. Innovation, we can do better. We all know R&D spend is way, way, way below global standards, but I think everyone's waking up to the fact that we need to do more there. And we all got to work on it together. Yeah, a couple of companies working on it won't do it, so we look forward to that. Thank you, Alex, for that very nice summary in terms of what we can do to make ourselves attractive. Patraji, I'll come back to you. And you spoke about collaboration earlier, and this question is about collaboration. How can greater collaboration across the value chain help strengthen India's competitiveness in chemicals over the next decade?
Okay. There are many areas we can do collaborate. The first 3 points I can mention, which are the most important one. First one, as Mr. Alex also was saying about the economy of scale, because our internal demand is also very high and we need to export as well. So therefore, to support our economy of scale, we need a lot of R&D research, as our investment on R&D is very less, and therefore we need the global R&D collaboration. So that is technology collaboration to support our economy of scale or our production. So that is technology partnership, and this will accelerate our product development. So we need the technology collaboration. Second one, we all know that we have to achieve our net zero aspiration. And individual company, they have fixed up their target, like we have fixed our target 2046. Similarly, country as a overall 2070. So to achieve that, we need lot of circular economy to promote that, and therefore we need to have circular economy partnership. And here it is, again, private and public partnerships, because it is a plastic, chemicals, circulation, and therefore that strengthening that collection, then again convert and reuse. So for that, we individual company cannot complete this cycle, and therefore this circular economic collaboration partnership is also very, very important. And third one, that government is having their certain limitations, and therefore to improve faster the technology adoption and economy of scale, we need to have private and public partnership as well. That is the third one, public and PPP model, so that PSU and public, private startup collaboration, because maybe technology is available, but it has to be get it done through private startups. So that collaboration is also required. So these topmost three, one is global R&D technology tie-up, second one is circular economy tie-up, and third one, public-private partnership. So these three collaboration if we do, then probably we can do integrate our production facility, then policy and supported by infrastructure, and as well as with that international technology will bring the global standard, and together all these will give us sustainable growth. So that is how I view it.
Thank you very much, Patraji. You already summarized, so I won't do that. So let me just take the opportunity, since we have so many people from the industry here. How many of us believe that as a chemical industry in India, we actually collaborate enough with each other, either for innovation or for development or for business opportunities? Can you put your hands up, please? How many believe that we actually collaborate well? I can see one hand there. Keep it up, please, if you don't mind. Anybody else? Okay, so you're a standout here who believes that. I can just share, we've been trying to find collaboration opportunities for the last couple of years. We've struggled. It's not been easy. We actually find willingness very low. Somehow this has to change, and this is both within the industry as well as with, I would say, educational establishments. It's a bit of a struggle. So it's probably something which we can do much better at, all of us together as an industry. So thank you, Patraji, for that. Murli, I'll come to you next. So we spoke about collaboration, and innovation is ideally a collaborative effort, yeah, increasingly. In your view, what models of partnership are proving most effective in accelerating innovation and commercialization?
Well, firstly, a caveat up front. I speak from a sort of specialty chemicals industry lens. I think first and foremost, the traditional innovation model in the industry, including the specialty chemical industry, was a group of scientists doing their own thing in the corner, and they come out with this, path-breaking molecule or application, whatever. You try and patent it, and then you go out to market and then try and commercialize it. Obviously, there's a business case around it, ideally, and then you have some governance around it. I think that sort of model is increasingly passé, and you have what you might call as ecosystem-led innovation model. And I think for that, what you would need ideally is a 360-degree view of whom you could work with for a specific problem, right? So you could go upstream, work with suppliers, for example, in developing solutions. You could go downstream, work with customers, because at each stage along the value chain, there are different people with different deep knowledge repositories which you can tap into and work with. The world's just becoming so much more complex. Not everybody is going to have the technical know-how, the digital expertise, the capital, or the regulatory know-how, even the ability to work with government, for example, to sort of pull it all together. So you've got to figure out what is it that you're trying to solve for, and then pick the ones you want to work with. Now, these are the easier ones, actually, in a sense that, you know, if you're working with a supplier, they're obviously very keen to work with you, and, you know, it sort of lends itself, and you're the customer, it lends itself to that sort of conversation. If you're working with a customer, you've got to think through what is it that you're trying to achieve. For example, I think that's where an alignment of values and outcomes becomes very useful. So to give you an example, there's some work we did in China around delivery of agrochemicals for drones, right? And this was a specific problem that some farmers in a certain province were facing. And that became an easy conversation because we were sort of aligned on the outcomes and worked with the partners that we had to work with to get there. In this instance, they provided sort of the trial know-how, right? That is not our forte. We could pull together the chemical, but the trial know-how was their forte. So you sort of rely on that. And then, of course, you've got research institutions, and you know, India has no shortage of them. Very, very good research institutions, which we don't tap into enough, I think, number one. The more difficult models are the ones where you have to work with your peers in the industry. That's where it gets a little bit tricky. But I think for solving some of the problems that the world is facing, the earth is facing, I don't think we have a choice. You have to figure out how to collaborate. To give you an example, one model that I was reading about is about data flows across the value chain, data flows across industry, to see if you can come to a collective reduction of carbon footprint that comes out of the industry. Now, are we at that level of, firstly, the technology, number one, number two, the trust, yeah, most importantly, alignment of values. So this is a work in progress, and I think this is a leadership challenge to sort of address that. Last 2 points from my side, Vishal, the point that you made about are we using the ecosystem very well. So in the last couple of months, you know, just knocked on a few doors in Hyderabad and Bangalore. So these were biotech companies, AI companies. Some of these guys are doing some really good work, right? And some of these biotech companies have got these computational biologists. I just couldn't understand what they were saying. It was just so advanced in the way they were thinking and working on this. And I asked them, who do you work with, right? Who are your clients? Almost 98% of the clients were outside of India. So they're working with big pharma, they're working with, you know, big industry outside of India, not Indian companies, which is a bit sorry to hear, you know, right? So these are within our country, these sort of ecosystems. We just need to tap into them and do more with them, right? And have those conversations. So I think that's an opportunity. The last point I'll make it, if you look at Silicon Valley, and it fascinates me why Silicon Valley has been so successful. And the usual things are around, you know, great ideas, enabling ecosystem, patient capital, all of that. But the one thing that struck me about the Silicon Valley ecosystem is mentorship, right? So those who made it mentor others who are trying to get there, have got new ideas. So industry captains come in to support each other. And you know, that is a wonderful ecosystem of working together for the collective good. So I think if we can sort of pull that together for ourselves, then there's a lot of opportunity around innovation just within India for the industry.
Thank you, Murli. So, you know, just building on that, I'll make 2 quick points. The automobile industry is a real prime example. They go as far as sharing platforms with each other for their cars because, you know, they're very clear about where they can differentiate and where there's no point trying to differentiate. And there they collaborate, number one. Number two, and this is more from a manufacturing versus services sector in our country, all of us know what unicorn means, right? A company which has achieved $1 billion in valuation, maybe public, maybe private valuation. Can you think of one unicorn in India that is in the manufacturing sector? Not services, not e-com, not IT. Think about it. We'll come back there in some time before we end the session. So, Alex, let me come to you next. So you spoke about sustainability very passionately earlier. As sustainability expectations rise globally, how do you think industry and policymakers can work together to see that sustainability actually enhances rather than hinders competitiveness?
Yeah, I mean, for us, I mean, sustainability and competitiveness should not be on two opposite sides, right? I mean, ideally, sustainability should be an element to be more competitive and to be more differentiated. The topic was sustainability, and I think we've also undergone a little bit of change within our company. I think we're, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're committed to sustainability. I mean, even our purpose statement as a company, we create chemistry for a sustainable future, clearly anchors sustainability. Our ambition as a company, we want to be the preferred chemical company to enable the green transformation of our customers. So we clearly see that also green transformation is happening and will happen, but the speed and the scale will differ industry by industry, product by product, country by country. So we have to take this more pragmatic and step by step, and not sort of, okay, you have to go from 0 to 100 from one day to the next, because first of all, you will not be able to fund it because it's expensive. And the willingness to pay, unfortunately, do you think our customers are willing to pay a premium price for a more sustainable product? Maybe in some segments, yes, but in many segments, not. They would love to have those features, but at the same or even a lower price than yesterday. And that makes it very difficult because a lot of these transformative steps to bring lower CO2 footprint products or zero CO2 footprint products on the market, they require substantial upfront investment. So also here, it needs to be a collaborative effort. I give you an example. I mean, in Ludwigshafen, our headquarter in Germany, we are running currently an electrically powered steam cracker. But the funding of this project was partially also supported by the government. We're also running one of the largest electrolyzers in our plant, also supported by the government. Also the largest industrial heat pump, supported by the government. So we have to come together. Of course, the industry has to carry a big burden, but these type of projects require a lot of CapEx, and we all know CapEx is difficult, and you need to earn money before you can reinvest money into also more sustainable projects. So the topic of funding is always difficult, and I think we're very committed to sustainability, but we will go step by step based on the industry that is also willing to pay. And that's a little bit of a change also in our global sustainability journey. That's one thing. And I think you also need to have common standards. That's another thing. If you are planning to export, of course, there's different sustainability mandates by different governments, by different countries. Countries might also be at a different stage of development, right? We also have to acknowledge that. So how do you set a lowest common denominator, sort of a minimum standard that everybody can subscribe to, that moves us in the right direction, but maybe is not yet the big leap? And as long as we progress and we move in the right direction, if in my view it's a good step. But I think oftentimes we try to go too fast, or the ambition is, and the mandates are set so high that it makes it very, very difficult for the industry because nobody's willing to pay for it. Somebody has to fund it. And you still need to be competitive and earn to be able to reinvest in innovation, to be able to reinvest in more sustainable projects. So it's a little bit of a difficult undertaking. Yeah.
So you're suggesting that in the initial stages, on a particular technology probably, when you're looking at going the green way or the more sustainable way, some governmental support in the initial stages would be very useful, because over time, it pays off. You know, I think solar energy or wind energy is proof. It's 20, 30%, 40% in some states cheaper than the grid power rates. And that's changed dramatically in the last 10 years.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Fully agree. Funding, policy, and then mandate. I think they all three elements go hand in hand.
Yep.
And have to be there for it. I think a push has to happen, don't get me wrong. Else nobody would probably entertain,
Absolutely,
really
yeah.
making bigger leaps.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be in a balance, and there needs to be a collective ecosystem happening around it.
Right. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for that. Patraji, I will come to you next. What is the one single obstacle, the biggest one, you believe needs to be overcome to give a growth push to the chemical industry in India?
One is time and cost overrun. So that is the biggest challenge and obstacle. In recent times, we have seen one project which when it is conceived, total financial outlay is about 15,000 crore and time duration is around 5 years. But it completed after more than 20 years later, and cost has gone up from 15,000 crore to 77,000 crore.
Oh my God.
Of course, this is not our project, but this is this recent time, and this is now commissioned that project. So this is the example that how this time overrun, cost overrun, and now this project really it is unviable. But since so much money is invested, and so anyway project has to run. So having said that, that next phase of growth can come only if we execute the project faster, and that is without time and cost overrun. And therefore, my takeaway or the action would be that first the approval, single window, processing, no parallel processing rather than series processing, and greater coordination among the agencies. So if that can be done, and probably we can sort out this approval process, and then execution obviously that maybe the penalty is there for delayed, but probably we need to implement that reward for faster execution. So if we do that, probably that this obstacle can be overcome.
So can we assume that sitting in your seat, you and Mr. Sani, who's the chairman of IOCL, are giving this advice to the government for the single window clearance to avoid time and cost overruns?
Of course, I am very small person. Definitely our chairman, he is, coordinating with various departments of the ministry as well as committee, and definitely through him, a lot of inputs are given time to the government.
Okay. We hope those inputs will be listened to, because it's very important. And it's not, I couldn't agree more with you. Sometimes it feels like you have money and you're trying to invest money, and the ecosystem is working against you, not with you. It feels like that sometimes. If the capex cycle could be shortened by half, our GDP would probably go up 1%, because all these manufacturing units would start producing 1 year earlier than their current plans. It takes so long right now to get an EC from the center, just an environmental consent. It's like pulling teeth. Okay, Alex, I'll come to you next. So if India aspires to be one of the world's leading chemical hubs, and there was one thing which you could change, what would you change?
Maybe,
and you can't say what he said.
Sure. So maybe not change, but further intensify and build. I think it's this notion of having world-scale chemical clusters, in zones, integrated chemical clusters. I think the concept of PCPIR is there, has been there for quite a while. I think the way we see it, or I see it at least now after 3.5 years, I think Godrej in Gujarat is probably one of the most mature and successful PCPIRs. But if you compare that chemical cluster to chemical clusters in Japan, Korea, China, Europe, it still looks very different, and there's still a lot of opportunity. Be it on the infrastructure side, be it on the port access, pipelines, even to simple things like, okay, where will the talents and the people that work in these clusters, where will they live? And how is the ecosystem also in those cities? Are there universities, schools, hospitals? Is the environment conducive to attract talent to come and work in these chemical zones? I think there's still a lot of headroom, I would say, to finalize maybe the PCPIR concept that was initially there, because that will then attract more investment to come. If it's sort of a plug-and-play situation, and it's also it's more similar, maybe not fully at the same scale, but competitive in a way with other countries, I think it will automatically automatically attract more companies to come and invest. Of course, India, we cannot compare India to other countries. Every country is individual. Nonetheless, that's always a reference point for a multinational company, because our board globally can invest anywhere in the world, yeah? And India is one place where it can come. So there's always going to be comparisons. And so we have to live up to those comparisons. And I think, to make a long story short, continue to foster these chemical clusters. Yeah.
I think it's a very important point. We have one of our manufacturing units, for example, in a certain MIDC in Maharashtra. I'm not going to give specific names. And when I visited that plant for the first time, I discovered that more than 50% of our managers, they don't have their families living there. The families continue to live in their home cities because they don't have the right schools, they don't have the right colleges, they don't believe they have the right infrastructure to have a good quality of life. So these managers are going back once, twice a month, which is completely unproductive and inefficient, yeah, and disruptive to people's personal lives. So I think you make a great point, Alex, and yes, PCPL is one of those examples which is trying to do that, and hopefully there'll be more going forward. So I'll come to the last panel question to you, Murli. What emerging trends or technologies have the potential to reshape the chemical industry in India over the next decade? Couple of them.
I think, so two underlying secular trends we've spoken about. One is the geopolitics of it all, right? And that will affect us going forward. The other is sustainability, and again, Alex spoke about it. These are here to stay, and we will have to sort of, and sustainability, like Alex said, for increasingly for the industry should be central to your strategy and how you run your business. Otherwise, I think you won't survive in the way it's heading. There's another trend which is not a trend, but I'd like us to make it a trend, which is safety, right? We hurt too many people as an industry globally and in India. And really that cannot continue. So I'd like us to make that a trend, is this collective emphasis on safe operations, process safety, and just ensuring we don't hurt people. So that, I just wanted to make that point because that's also very close to my heart. I think in terms of technologies, of course, there's a whole raft of them again, but I'll sort of talk about two, but I'll highlight a few that come to mind. I mean, one is biotechnology and the sort of intersection between chemistry and biotechnology, and I'll touch upon that later. Then you've got, of course, AI and ML and all of that, all of those digital technologies, right, which I think Sambit will talk about later. And that's definitely going to play a big part. Then defossilization, green chemistry, circular chemistry technologies. I would say safer and more efficacious use of ingredients that come out of the industry, right, for targeted solutions, whether it's in agrochemicals or in pharmaceuticals or even in personal care, for example. So safer, more efficacious. So these would be fundamental underlying trends. But if you're just coming back to biotechnology, and an area that I found very fascinating, and I'm sort of sharing what I learned from speaking to a few people and visiting their facilities, is things like precision fermentation, for example, right? Really very exciting with what you can do with it. The shift from metallic catalysis to enzymatic catalysis and what that might throw up going forward. All of these enable you to reduce your carbon footprint as well over time. So you actually end up ticking many boxes along the way. You save cost. It's just such a wonderful sort of technology trend that we should be, I think, plugging into as an industry. And again, I just go back to the point earlier. There are people in India doing this kind of work. We are not plugging into them, right? So I think there's that bit we need to do as a collective as well. So I think for me, these would be the things. And the thing about AI, again, while I'm not the expert, obviously the use cases are just multiplying all the time. You really have to sit and apply a bit of imagination. So whether it is in manufacturing, R&D, supply chain, people management, whatever, it's across the board you can apply AI tools. And again, there is some wonderful work happening which will enable innovation to happen through AI in India. Already there are companies which are using this, which are sort of reducing their sort of throughput from, so to speak, lab to market by as much as 45% by applying AI tools. and you learn all the time. So it's just wonderful to see. So yeah, these come to mind.
And we'll hear more about AI from Sambit, from Bain, as we go forward into the session. I'll just add one of my thoughts to the trends, which is waste. We ourselves in our operations, and as we talk to customers and industry peers, we are finding waste management is becoming more and more expensive, and hence more and more critical. And with the government and regulations really becoming very, very tight now, everyone's looking for production processes which can minimize the waste or the effluent generated. This is another big trend. I think all of us who are developing technologies, processes, products really need to keep this in mind as well. So with that, thank you, gentlemen. Alex, Murli, Patraji, thank you so much for this hopefully interesting conversation for all of you. I hope you enjoyed it. Gaurav, we'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal, and all the speakers. May I please request everyone for a quick group photo? And may I now please call Mr. Godrej on the stage. Panelists, please stay back. A small token of appreciation from our side. Thank you, Vishal, and the panelists. I believe the discussion highlighted the future of India's chemical industry, which will be shaped not just by growth, but how responsibly we grow. Success will depend upon our ability to combine competitiveness with sustainability, innovation with safety, and scale with effective waste management. If we can get these fundamentals right, India can emerge as a global leader in chemicals, one that is competitive, resilient, and sustainable. We will now take a short break. May I please request everyone to head to the cafeteria for small tea and snacks, and we will reconvene at 5:15 p.m. over here. Thank you.
First, category strategy development. Analysis of proposals and deep understanding of the suppliers and their representatives, negotiations quickly become lengthy haggling. The world around us is changing fast. Technology is reshaping industries and unlocking new possibilities, and procurement. The world around us is changing fast. Technology is reshaping industries.
after the discussion. Why?
There are 1,000 ways to describe us. But one feels true. We are what we do. And at Godrej, we craft. We craft for what endures, holding together poetry and engineering, values and ambition. With people and planet at the heart of what we do. We craft progress, rooted in empathy. Moving industries forward with green chemistry. We craft prosperity for those ready to grow. We craft abundance so those who reap can garner more. We craft spaces where dreams are lived and joy finds its way. We craft goodness that stays with you through the everyday. We craft a world where work meets life and ideas become art. We craft with our hands, with our minds, and with our hearts. Godrej Industries. Crafting tomorrow since 1897.
The surfactant industry is entering a new phase. Today, customers are looking beyond performance alone. They are seeking milder chemistry and a more future-ready footprint. As the category evolves from conventional surfactants to bio-based and now biosurfactant technologies, it is creating new opportunities in sustainable chemistry. At Godrej Chemicals, we are well placed to contribute to this shift. Backed by strong surfactant expertise, an integrated value chain, responsible manufacturing, and deep application understanding. And now, as the first entity in India to make sophorolipids, we are bringing that capability into a new era of biosurfactants. Introducing SL Nova, a next-generation sophorolipid platform designed to bring together biotechnology-derived performance and gentle care. It is 100% bio-based, non-GMO, multifunctional, and enabled by proprietary fermentation technology. SL Nova brings together technical performance, formulation versatility, and future-ready chemistry. It offers low foaming and is well suited for aqueous and high foam cleansing systems. It also offers stronger surface activity with lower foam, making it well suited for emulsification and low foaming applications. With low critical micelle concentration, excellent emulsification, very low interfacial tension, mildness, moisturizing properties, and biodegradability, SL Nova is designed to support both technical performance and consumer benefit. Its versatility opens possibilities across personal care, color cosmetics, home and laundry care, industrial and institutional cleaning, animal nutrition, and more. Backed by dedicated biotechnology R&D, SL Nova marks a new step in our journey in biosurfactant innovation. SL Nova, biotechnology-derived performance and gentle care.
For over 128 years, Godrej has been synonymous with trust and innovation. from India to the world. Today, Godrej Chemicals carries this legacy forward, creating chemistry that powers everyday life. We are a trusted partner to leading brands and diverse industries, offering performance-driven, customized, and sustainable solutions across key sectors like home and personal care, agrochemicals, food and beverages, lubricants and metalworking fluids, paints and coatings, oil and refinery, intermediates, rubber additives. Our innovation pipeline is built on application-led research, driven by a team of experts at NG Star, our state-of-the-art research and application center. It is supported by a strong synthesis team and industry academia partnerships. We recognize the unique needs of each customer and meet those needs to create value for customers. We serve customers in over 70 countries, delivering consistent quality and value through our integrated value chain. From double-digit revenue growth to a threefold jump in profitability over the past 5 years, our growth has been transformative, driven by strong R&D investments and a sharp focus on customer value creation. We are now stepping up with a 750 crore investment in capacity expansion, powering our journey to become a $1 billion global business by 2030. Sustainability is embedded in our operations, with clear progress across energy, emissions, water and waste. Our strong safety culture underpins everything we do, through initiatives like Aim for Zero, ongoing training, and built-in safeguards across our operations. We take pride in the people who power our journey, diverse teams, inclusive environments, and a culture of shared ownership. Our purpose is clear: to shape the future of sustainable chemistry with trusted partnerships, deep application expertise, and a commitment to care. Godrej Chemicals. Sustainable chemistry, creating infinite possibilities.
Welcome back, everyone. In our first panel, we explored the broader focus shaping the future of chemical industry. Hence, now we turn inwards, because while resilient ecosystem is essential, resilience must also be built within our organizations through agile business models, competitive strategies, robust supply chain, and future-ready leadership. With that, we move into our second panel: resilience for the enterprise, driving growth, competitiveness, and agility in a changing market. May I now invite on stage the first panelist, Mr. Raj Tiwari, CEO, Superfoam and whole-time director, UPL Limited. With over a decade of experience at UPL across different operations, manufacturing, supply chain, and strategic planning projects, he has been instrumental in driving operational excellence and large-scale transformation across UPL. The second panelist, Mr. Ajit Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, Birla Opus Paints, Grasim Industries Limited. With over 30 years of experience in paint industry, he joined Birla Opus as a first employee and played a key role in building business from ground. The third panelist, may I invite Mr. Vimal Bola, co-founder and Chief R&D Scientist at Innovist. With over 18 years of experience across personal care, home care, and pharmaceutical industries, his expertise in formulation development, product innovation, product management, and technology transfer. And to moderate this panel, we have Sandeep Arora, Chief Commercial Officer, Godrej Industries Chemicals. Sandeep comes with over 27 years of experience across organizations such as IOCL, Castrol, Grasim, and now Godrej Industries Chemicals. He's passionate about building resilient, future-ready organizations through innovation, collaboration, and continuous learning. Sandeep, over to you for an insightful panel.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, everybody, for coming here at an outset. And it's an interesting panel that I'm here for. I think it's about how the company can stay resilient. The previous panel was about how industry can remain resilient. This is about company specifically. And I have a very interesting panelist. I think one thing which runs commonly through you is I think the Superform was spun out on 22-23, post-COVID, something like that, after UPL decided to move beyond agrochemicals. So post-COVID, they took the form and shape and scale. And even, Ajit, for you, the Birla Opus came in 22-23, post-COVID, though the plans were brewing for quite some time. And it's a post-COVID again, the scale-up has happened. And for you also, probably, Vimal, the actual traction happened post-COVID. So it's a kind of a startup panel as well, who has really shown the resilience in all the environment, in all the weathers that we have seen last 3-4 years post-COVID. So very interesting to listen to them. And second important thing is, I think in chemical industry at India, if you talk about, it's a $300 billion kind of industry, and all three represent agrochemicals, coatings, and personal care, is 10 billion plus kind of a space for Indian chemical, I mean, from their respective point of view. So it's a very, very formidable panel here, and we would love to hear from you as what your experiences are. So here I go. Raj, I'll take first question for you in terms of, I think agrochemical has been a very formidable sector which has seen a lot of downside after post-COVID from China side also. But this is a question about, today the sector is exposed to climatic, regulatory, and market volatility. What does resilience look like in practice, and how has the definition evolved over the time? What's your belief in that?
Yeah, so first of all, when you said that around 22, 23, we were born and Birla Opus was born.
Yeah.
You know, Birla Opus is a actual startup.
Yeah.
You know, we had a new dress.
Yes.
Right? So no, but you know, resilience. I mean, post COVID, of course, we faced. You know, our sector, Alexander is here. A part of Alexander's, you know, business is pure agriculture and seeds, and the whole sector went through you know, a turmoil, which still, you know, we have not fully come out of it. And the primary reason was at that point in time was, you know, we thought everything is hunky-dory, and there was a greed in the sector, and everybody pumped a lot of material. And of course, when the crash happened, China opened completely, everything went down, and people were caught with high inventory. Yeah. So 2 years, I think the whole industry, you know, has, you know, suffered. When it comes to resilience, I think the three you know, things in that order. To my mind, people, right? Business will see cycles, it'll go up, it'll go down. Don't get too much carried away when business is doing great, having 25% EBITDA, and you show a lot of PAT and free cash. But tomorrow it can go down. But what can keep you ahead is your people. And in people, it is not only when we say that great talent, right? Every talent is great. I think, you know, people who can stand for your values and your culture, you know, is what I'm talking about. The second thing is your product. Doesn't matter, again, what kind of cycle you are. If you have a great product, if you have a strength, inherent strength in the product, right? You will see ups and downs, but you will sail through. And the last point is on the customer. If we have been with the customer in thick and thin of it, what we say we deliver, we don't kind of you know, be opportunist, then I think you will again sail through. Rest, everything is all you know, kind of add-on fillers, which gives a good sense of being in the industry. But these three things are, you know, important. And that's how, I mean, I can tell you about our own experience. That's how we have been able to sail through those difficult times. And that's what I feel is resilience all about.
Fantastic, Raj. Thank you for sharing from your vast experience of 30 years that people remain concentric irrespective of the technology disruptions which are happening around the corner. Thank you so much for your views. Ajit, I mean, he said it's a real startup. Yes, I agree, especially against a formidable competitor like Asian Paints. I mean, I shouldn't be naming that, but yes, it's really a great work in last couple of years that you guys have done. So question for you, since you have laid down the foundation for the company. When building a business is a highly competitive category, when you're building a business for this kind of a category, what are the most important foundations of a resilient organization? What's your view?
First of all, thank you very much, Godrej, for inviting me for this summit or this day. And, looking at, your question, the foundations of a resilient organization. If I look at from a Birla Opus's lens, this is what I see. And since I was part of the project or this, from the day one, two things comes to me. One is people. When you are entering with such a big dream, I mean, why I say it's dream, when we went and said that we are going to invest 10,000 crore and, to become number 2 player in the third year, EBITDA positive, is what our chairman said. Many people, industry, non-industry, said, I think these guys are going to burn a lot of cash, or I mean, this is not going to be possible. Looking at the current situation, COVID, that too, land acquisitions, building factories, putting up the people. Many people said that it's impossible, but we proved it wrong. And in 2.5 years, we put up the factories and then recruited the people which is required for this operation. And while recruiting the people, I think we said it's a dream come true, or it's a dream-like project. We should put best-in-class people. So the people which we selected, I personally selected the initial 150, 200 people for this right people. It's not only the best, it is the right people at the right place is the most important thing. So the people is the first one. Second thing for me from a Birla Opus point of view is a business case, a winnable business case and a design for that. Is that business case is nothing but a lot of numbers put in and you try and achieve that. Let me talk more about the design part of that. In the design, this design of the factories or the entire organization has to stand for the next maybe 30, 40, 50 years. So you think about that now and next 25, 30, 35, 40 years, how it is going to be. So you need to visualize that. That's where I said the design. And many things which we said is that, starting with most, I can't say most simple, but starting with the safety and sustainability, I think the paradigm shift of thinking, we said we have to come out of the compliances mode to an action mode. It cannot be just compliance. Safety and sustainability has to be a business advantage. So in the design, taking care of that, and then, of course, the latest technology, Industry 4.0, connected factories, use of artificial intelligence, less manpower, higher turnaround. You think about any of those design parameters, I think we have thought through for the next 20, 25 years and then design. That's why I said two important things for me from the foundation point of view is one, people, and then business case and the design.
Very good, Ajit. I think not many people know that he was the first employee at Birla Opus, right?
Yeah.
And the way he has expressed his confidence in recruiting people as an important element for resilient organization,
True.
I think that is very basic, but still critical and important today. And second thing, you talk about the vision, actually. So yes, we generally become myopic in terms of profitability and everything, but yes, having a vision and creating an organization what you have today is fantastic to have. Thank you, Ajit, for your views. Vimal, over to you. I think you are very, very exhilarated with the recent valuation of your company by L'Oreal. Congratulations to you with a 4,000 crore valuation.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Vimal, being a founding member as well as the anchoring R&D for personal care space and formulations. Just want to your views about innovation often requires experimentation and risk-taking. How do you build resilience into an organization without stifling innovation and agility?
First of all, thanks Godrej for inviting me. So I think the key is to distinguish between taking risks and taking uncontrolled risks. If we talk about innovation, experimentation is required. If we create an environment where every experiment we need to make sure that it is succeeding, then people will not do experimentation. The idea is not to eliminate failure, but it's to make sure that failure is inexpensive. So that's one of the key that needs to be determined. And because the world is moving fast, speed is one of the most important thing what we have learned in this startup. Idea generation till product launch. If it will take 1.5 to 2 years after complying all the regulations, then you can miss out the first mover advantage. Although I'm not saying that we need to deviate from the regulatory norms, stability and everything. If we can do these activities in parallel and speed to market is there, definitely we will be successful. So that's one of the most important thing. And I call this term as TLES. That is test, learn, execute, and then scale up. This is one of the most important terms which we believe in. Everyone has ideas. Everyone can say that I have this idea, I can do that. But what really matters is execution. What we have learned by working in this startup. I'll tell you our example. We started in 2019 with personalization. And at that time, like, we were getting consumer data on our website and we used to customize the products based upon the consumer requirements. We used to customize shampoo bases. We even customized a manufacturing machine for our factory so that they can dispense the required actives based upon that. So there were so many combinations over there. But then we figured out there were operational challenges, there were regulatory challenges, there were scalability challenges. After that, COVID hit. Then we pivoted. So it's all about decision making. So what we have learned in our life is bad decision is better than no decision. So execution is really very, very important. So what we learned from that is, so we gathered a lot of consumer data. We came to know that which formulation is working on which type of consumer. So this is how we executed that. And when we launched our new brand, so we saw the numbers, we saw the sales. And for us, Innovist as a brand, so if we see startup, one thing is that top line, but we are also focusing on bottom line, because if the business is not EBITDA positive, that will not make any sense. So that is very important to make sure that the bottom line is strong and you are constantly growing. And it's about talking with the consumers as well. So what actually consumer wants? What is the white space opportunity over there? If we connect with our consumer, then we will be able to deliver the product ASAP and expectation ASAP. Coming back to the question, resilience versus innovation. I don't think so. These are the opposite terms. What resilience I think is, it sets up a foundation to take intelligent risks, whereas innovation differentiates the overall business when the market is bad. So I want to summarize that resilience and innovation both are important, but that depends upon your short-term and long-term goals.
Very good, very well played, Vimal. I think you said resilient and innovation go hand in hand from differential point of view, making your positioning very clear from others. That's a point which Raj also mentioned, that how close you are to a customer and how do you manifest your plan. And of course, the term you coined for your organization, TLES, I very well relate to that because I generally have this kind of a discussion with my R&D head. Raja is sitting here probably. Yes, Raja is there. So we have very often this kind of a discussion, but we will ask you further extended question that what's your average TLES for the product to be formulated for the markets?
So for us, that depends upon the product type, but right from PDB till product launch stage, that can take up to 4 months to 6 months, depending upon the type of product. And we never miss on any stability regulatory guidelines. So that goes hand in hand without any compromise on quality. But as I mentioned earlier, speed and execution is one of the most important things.
Very good. Thank you. 4 to 5 months is a time period. That's a target, new target. Good. Okay, coming to the second part of it, our discussions. Ajit, since you have built, I think, six manufacturing plants now? Yeah?
That's right.
And still going strong. Very good. Fantastic. So as companies scale, there is often tension between operational efficiencies and agility to build on, right? How can business balance both while staying customer-centric?
Yeah, the answer is in the statement itself. Typically, the moment you talk about operational efficiency, it is all about setting processes and, adhering to that. The moment you put that, I think agility gets compromised. The moment, people get into that. But, you can change this. The moment you look at that, which is better, which is to focus, I think you will always get lost. And this is what my experience is, it gets compromised. Either the efficiency or the agility gets compromised. Now you look at that, anybody in your organization, put the customer in front of him. Now, again, from a Birla Opus point of view, we said that every customer, for me, the customer is a dealer who sells the paint to you, each one of you. So we said that any dealer wants any paint. So we have some 220 products, and you'll think this is crazy. 220 products, 450 formulations, 2,000 plus SKUs.
Oh.
And we said that we will service any dealer in 4 hours.
Wow.
And the moment you put this into the R&D guys or in the operating people, then the balancing between agility and operational efficiency, you don't need to actually tell them. They know this is the objective. It gets automatically balanced. Most of the time, in my experience personally, in previous years, previous organization, the customer is left. And you always try to balance between the agility and the operational efficiency, and you will always fall flat.
Oh.
But the moment you put customer in front of everybody, you can ask any of even my R&D guys. So when we started initially, we did not have the entire basket of product. So when we went into the market, we were getting this saying that, no, this product is not there. Even though it's very small, some people were asking, I'm not getting this product, hence I'm not ordering the entire basket. That's how it was coming. And we went and told the R&D guys, we need this. And why we need this is that for us, or the product is required to service the entire basket. The moment you put that into R&D guys, I think they are onto the job. Then the agility automatically comes, operational efficiency comes. That's how we put and make sure that everybody aligned to that one goal or one point, which is for me, which was 4 hours, any customer servicing.
Wow. That's fantastic. I think 4 hours servicing to the dealers, which are such a, huge span. Fantastic work there done, especially when you have so many formulations and you have so many formidable competitors.
Just want to tell the people, you may think that this is a very, exaggerated statement. So what we have done is that in the country, length and breadth, 6 factories across the country, and then 150 plus depots. This is the supply chain which we have built in, and through many artificial intelligence, other planning systems, we can actually know that and we can service it. And many competitors or many other people made or got this entire supply chain built in the last 25-30 years. We built it in 2.5 years.
Wow. I think what your point is, how to build a customer-centric organization. Good.
Thank you, guys.
I think this is truly a good example of a startup in a mature market in paints industry.
Right.
And I think you talked about customer lens from R&D for manufacturing. Everybody should see only one goal, that is how can you be swift in serving to the customer. That's the ultimate aim that everybody should have.
That's right.
Very good. So Raj, coming to you. How can organizations convert disruption and uncertainty into opportunities for growth? And especially this question is because agrochemical has seen a lot in last 3-4 years. And we are very happy to see the last quarter results, which UPL has declared. It is looking like coming out of the hoods. So that's a good news. So you can answer it. You are the right person to appropriately answer this.
Yeah, I mean, on a lower base, looks very good.
Yeah.
Right? No, but I think the whole industry has been very resilient. Look, there are two things without which the world doesn't survive: food and pills.
Yeah.
Right? So there'll always be a good demand for food and pills. So pharma and agri industry will always have a good demand, right? The question is that how are we finding new solutions or solving some of the problems of our customers, basically the farmers in this case, or otherwise. Coming back to your question, sorry, what was the question? I forgot.
How can organization convert disruption and uncertainty into the opportunities for growth?
So, disruption is again part of life. As I said, I don't think there is any industry which is not cyclical. You will be disrupted. Now, how do you convert that into opportunity is because, I mean, if you follow the trend, the normal, the normal cycle or normal trend, you will build the capacity only when the market, your business is doing good. Actually, we should prepare ourselves when and be prepared for the demand when the demand cycle is up. So these are the things, that we when actually there's a down cycle or there's a disruption, we become very, very conservative. We go in a shell, withdraw all the investments, say, oh, stop all the investments, stop hiring. Of course, we have to be, we have to play a little bit conservative, but that's a time when, people take a decision in terms of seeing that after the disruption is over, where the industry will grow or where the market will grow, and prepare it, prepare for it in a bad times are the ones who will be the winner. Right?
Okay.
So that's how you prepare for disruption.
Okay. Anything which you did in last 3 years which you didn't do before COVID, which has really made an impact to make a comeback?
No, not something which is, I mean, we learn from the mistakes. The only thing what we did is that the same mistake should not be repeated again. So that's the only thing. We didn't do anything special. Of course, some of the investments got scaled down. Cost cutting happened across the board.
Yeah.
You stopped all the hiring. Those are normal things. Any down cycle will have those kind of stuff. But the question is that how we have learned from it and never to repeat that is the only question, and that is something which we all have to learn.
So fundamentally, very right, Raj. I think when you are in one of the largest company in the agrochemical space, you have to, have the philosophy of last man standing in the industry, and you have to keep investing even in a down cycle so that you remain resilient for the long term. That's what the larger point you made. Thank you for putting that, and we believe from here, UPL should move up for sure. The opportunities in, as you rightly said, in the pharma and food spaces, huge. and India offers itself as a great opportunity. You have extensive opportunity even outside. You're spread out well, a global company. Thank you for bringing that point forward. Vimal, for you, how can companies build innovation engines that deliver both the short-term results and the long-term competitive edge?
Most of the companies think that innovation is a part of R&D, and that's always coming from R&D lab or via specific technical expertise. But that's not the role of R&D only. When a company is working on innovation, the company and innovation has to connect with the consumer, with the organizational capability and new opportunities which can be launched as soon as possible. And the business can be divided into short-term and long-term goals. So what these short-term goals will do is they will bring immediate results in terms of revenue generation. But with respect to long-term goals, if the company is focusing on fundamental research, that will help to differentiate the company with the existing competitors. So that's how a company can differentiate itself. So I want to reiterate, for short-term thing, if they can launch the product or services as soon as possible in a better way, understanding the consumers, understanding the problems which they are facing with the existing product, and then launch the product or the services in a better way. That will be a short-term thing. And then focusing on whether that's in the form of IP, in the form of patents, in the form of fundamental research, they'll be able to build a long-term asset for the organization.
Great, Vimal. I'm tempted to ask one immediate question is, which is the shortest possible formulation you launched? And what was it? I mean, specifically so that we can relate well, if you're okay.
For launching anything, whether we are launching that in the shortest period of time, we have a criteria of doing a formal risk assessment where we capture all the points related with the formulation, whether that's stability data, consumer data, regulatory data, and all the other parameters. What we do in our organization is we have our internal panel of consumers where they validate the products and then we pass on to external testing. So whether that's HUT, home use testing, external testing, we all do in-house and we do that in parallel. So coming back to your question, shortest thing we have launched, I think 2 months. That was not a new formulation.
So what exactly it served to?
So that was a modification of existing formulation.
Okay.
So that we launched like idea generation to market 60 days.
Wow, that's good. Fantastic. I think hats off to you. That's how the space of the innovation is important. And you also mentioned that it's not the role of R&D only to really innovate. It's also about the whole company which breeds innovation, whether it's sales and marketing or supply chain. Anybody can bring forth the innovations, and then scalability and experimentation and learning curve can be shortened. That's a very wonderful thought. Thank you, Vimal, for that. Raj, this is round 3. And the question is very important. And since you have headed all the departments across UPL and you're on the board of the UPL, so this is a very apt one. If you were placing one strategic bet today to strengthen your organization's resilience for next decade, what do you think it will be?
I mean, it's a very broad question. But I think one of the things which I have been grappling is, for the Gen Z or the new generation, chemistry is not fashionable.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, the youngsters, they don't choose. I mean, we see people doing chemical engineering, and then joining IT, right? It's, we are wasting so much of talent. One of the things which has been in the mind is that why can't we generate that curiosity in young minds when they are 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, right from school, so that they choose chemistry as a field, as a career. If I look at our chemical industry in India, and if I look at talent and look at his CV, right? Probably 3, 4, 5, 6 companies he would have changed. It's easy because it's not people, but it's the companies who choose the easier path. That I need this skill, go in the market and pick it up from the competition, right? That's how. And I think and therefore it is all coming to the foundation of our industry. Yes, of course, AI is important. Sustainability is important. By the way, sustainability is not. Sustainability is a business tool to be efficient. You can't think of doing business without sustainability, right? But the foundation of it is if we can do something with academia. I'm sure all of us are trying to do something in bits and pieces, but not foundationally changing it. And that's something which is important. Look at the operator in the factories. I mean, we have almost like 6,000 people working on the shop floor. Now, if they can come from poor village background, we can hire them because of the interest, the passion they have, and mold that, and then bring them in the company. They will stay in the company for 30, 40, 50 years.
Wow.
And I think that is where I was saying that, I see, and if we sort that out, I think, many of the issues will get sorted.
Raj, I think I shouldn't ask you which is the second one, because this is the most amazing one. And I never expected this answer, actually. But it's a very, very relevant thought. And I know that it has come from authentic thinking from a stalwart in the chemical industry, because it happens so that one of my teammates who was doing the engineering, and he shared yesterday, he met you somewhere on Surat station. And he traveled with you. And you told him genuinely that once you finish your engineering, call me, I'll help you. He is a chemical engineer and he's working with us. So I think it has been a philosophy for you to really, strategically help the chemical industry at large. And now you're talking about maybe even from childhood, if you can teach and make it more tempting for the generation to embrace this.
And I don't know, sorry to say, but I'm least qualified. I'm not a chemical engineer. I'm an electrical engineer by qualification. But if you can generate that kind of, interest, you don't need to be a chemical engineer to work in a chemical industry. Yeah?
I completely echo your sentiment, because I am also not a chemical engineer, but I'm called as professor. So I completely agree with you, Raj. But yes, I think you said it very rightly. We need to make chemistry more interesting for the next generation. That's important.
Chemistry more fashionable.
Fashionable is the main theme. So Generation Z should get into this, apart from other things which they are into. Yes. Ajit, I think you have built an organization, and we have already said about it. I'll not disclose the numbers which you have shared with me. It's a very great number to have in 2.5 years, 3 years timelines. But building asset on the ground is one part of it. So this is a question about not putting the plant in tangible assets. It's about what role does organization culture play in helping companies adapt to changes faster than competitors?
I think it's a very, very important, thing. And culture, to me, and this is what I believe, is what you do every day. But unfortunately, many times we speak about culture. We do a lot of workshops and talks, and it remains in rooms, or in posters, or in, I've seen this happening in many times in my life. But I said, no. We should really associate these things to our, day-to-day life. Now, this is what we did in Birla Opus. We said we will have 5 cultural pillars. And these are the 5 cultural pillars, which is agility, courage to question, care, innovation, and vibrancy. Now, anything we do, okay, let me take an example and then try and explain is that while we were putting up the plant, we had all project people, we have operation people, we recruited some of the best-in-class people, we designed the factory with the, latest technology, all those things. And when it comes to time, how much time are you going to do? We said, let's target the best possible time. Let's not look at what happened in the industry. And the similar plan, these are all 1,500 crore, investment or cost of the factory is close to 1,500 crore. And similar factories and 100 acre is generally the land area. Now you can gauge the process, the complexity of that. And generally this, my own experience, many of our experience was 24 to 28 months is what we said, we can do is that. But when we put our own target, we said, let's try and do it, or let's try and break this thing. To our surprise, some of these projects happen in 18 months. And then we said, these are all part of our agility culture.
Wow.
So everything you do related to your, when you're presenting or talking, you relate it to your cultural pillar. I'll give you one more, which is the innovation part. As I said, these are all Industry 4.0, highly automated factories. In typically, and this is operated by MES, DCS sort of a system. Typically, again, I'm party to this in the previous organization where there'll be somebody sitting in front of the computer and watching the process. Everything okay. We said we'll not do that. And this part of our innovation pillar, we said only people will come to the screen if there is an exception. When there is an exception, there is an alarm comes and he goes and attend. Otherwise the process will run by its own. You don't need actually people. So again, part of innovation. So similarly, we did, so generally everybody do a lot of such improvement, but you link it with your cultural pillar every time when you this thing, then it becomes your way of life. And that helped us in scaling up this organization so fast. And since, I said the numbers which is not out in the market, but the number which is out in the market is that we are the number 3 paint company today.
Yes, very good. Very good, Ajit. Thank you for putting this thought in front of us. I think we can all coin different terms for our cultural values and everything, but walking the talk is something important, which he has manifested and shown the results. That's what we have done, especially when he is coming out of the conglomerate. Since I have also worked in that, I have given a perspective to you, so you can speak a little more about that.
Somebody asked me, in the conglomerate, how could you do so fast these projects?
Yes.
I had no answer, but I thought there could be one, I don't know whether I should say that or not. I picked up the entire people from outside the conglomerate.
Yes.
So that I could build my own culture. Otherwise it gets colored.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I leave it there.
No. I think very well manifested. And one of your teammates is, of course, one of my good buddy. So I can very well vet that. And fortunate to have this kind of a culture which is playing out very well for you in terms of plan execution. Vimal, over to you. What emerging trends or capability do you believe consumer business should start investing in today to remain relevant tomorrow? Especially when there are a lot of large consumer-facing industry are facing, a lot of growth, or they're growth anemic. So what do you think could be the emerging trend or capability these companies can really take away from you? What's your view?
So I would like to say that it is an amalgamation of AI with consumer data plus scientific information. So I'm not saying that anyone will take a weightage. In equal proportion, if we can focus on AI for quick delivery, consumer data, and scientific research. Because of internet penetration, consumers are becoming aware what's going inside their products. Now consumers want to know that what is the percentage of particular ingredient inside their product, what is the efficacy, although that is also a double-edged sword, because sometimes consumers search via Google, which is a very dangerous thing. They are not relying on scientific, Science Direct article or published articles. But it is very important to make sure that we are closely connected with the consumer. And the second point is approach, which is known as KBS approach, knowledge-based selling. I'm particularly talking about consumer products. So if we are working on any consumer product, it's all about what is inside the product and what benefit the consumer can have from a particular product. So that will be a sort of knowledge-based selling plus AI plus amalgamation of consumer data and scientific data. So that I would like to.
Okay, so you said there should be marriage of what are the consumer needs and the technology to bring forth in terms of what is the solution for that.
Yeah.
That's how it is looking
and
like.
staying closer to the consumers.
Yes, okay. And you think AI really throws good solutions in terms of what consumer-based data that you have, and you can play it out very well, or are you skeptical about AI? Because we have a session on AI after this, so therefore I thought I should ask you an extended question.
So my personal point of view is we shouldn't rely 100% on AI as such. AI is an engine where we should focus on that particular engine in order to speed up the process, but not particularly relying 100% on AI.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for enriching inputs and your views, especially they are coming from very experienced hands and hands-on experience, actually. That's very critical. Now, I'll give an opportunity to the audience if there are questions, because there are people who are working in your segments, and they will be very happy to ask any of the relevant questions. If we have time, Gaurav?
Audience, maybe we can take one or two questions.
Two questions, okay. Let's take it. Who goes next? Yeah? Anybody? I think they're all convinced whatever you said is right. Okay, maybe on the sidelines they will catch up with you for sure. I'm very sure about it. Thank you very much for being here and enlightening us with your thought. Appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep and the panelists. May I please request the panelists to stay back on stage and invite Burgess Godrej, Chairperson of Godrej Agrovet. Thank you, everyone, for another insightful discussion. As we look towards the next decade, one force that is set to fundamentally reshape how the business operates is artificial intelligence. From R&D and manufacturing to supply chain and decision making, AI is opening up new possibilities for the industry. To explore this opportunity, we have a very special session titled Preparing for the Next Decade, AI in the Chemical Industry. And our speaker is someone who works at the intersection of strategy, transformation, and emerging technologies. Sambit Patra, who is the senior partner at Bain & Company and leads the firm's energy and natural resources and chemical practices in India. He also advises leading organizations across the region on business transformation, operating model redesign, manufacturing excellence, supply chain optimization, the application of AI to drive competitive advantage. With nearly 2 decades of consulting experience, Sambit has helped companies to navigate disruption, unlock growth, and prepare for the future. Please join me in welcoming Sambit Patra on the stage.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Gaurav, for the introduction. Thank you, Vishal and Godrej, for the opportunity to speak on this topic. And happy National Chemistry Day to all of you. Before I jump into the topic today, I just a couple of reflections. I think the two panel discussions that we had, there were very common themes across, and the common theme was obviously the topic itself of resilience, and we stand at a point where many things are changing at the same time. Things that we thought would be an anchor points for the next 5 years, basis which you make your plans, are all changing. People are building different scenario plans of how the macro is going, how will we go, and that's been a challenge. But for many people, they also see an opportunity. A simple data point. I'll come to why this is a good time to discuss this topic, but a simple data point. If India's per capita has to double, and we have to all believe that it has to double for all of us to be secure about our retirement plans, if it has to double, there is a new wave of demand coming up. And the new wave of demand will be industries that don't exist now or are subscale right now, like electronics, semiconductors, defense. A bunch of those industries which are not scaled right now will become scale in the next 10 years. Two, changing consumer preference. 3 years back, default of getting your grocery was not 10 minutes. The first time it came up, people laughed at it, and now everyone has moved into a new way of getting the demand getting fulfilled. To the fact that there is an expectation that the new product development cycle, we heard months, we heard 6 months, 2 months. That's an expectation, because if you look at the churn in SKUs for a consumer product company, it's down to seasons, not months. Diwali, there is a special launch. New Year's, there's a special launch. So one is there is the long-term demand continues to be secure, but there are significant changes on how this demand is being experienced by companies like yourselves. And second, there are the challenges. Challenges around resilience, challenges around talent, challenges around CapEx. How soon can I get my CapEx up? And there are two ways of looking at this demand and challenge. One way is I look today forward. I'm growing at 8%. I need to grow at 9%. It gives you a very different perspective of both the demand and the supply side. But if you were to look at the same story with a 3-year view, what we call as future back, not making the car run faster, but reimagining the mobility itself, that throws up very interesting situations on how do you think about those plans and where does AI, technology, all of that play in. By the way, AI has become a bit of an abused word also. I think I'll show you with a few slides. I'm a consultant, so I need to use slides. I will show you it's been happening for the 10, 15 years. What has changed is the speed of change, of how soon the technology is maturing. So with that, there are two questions, and I'll start with the anecdote. Our global managing director, Christoph, he was in India 3 years back when he started his chairmanship of the business. He met 25 business leaders. AI was not among the top 3 priorities for 20 out of the 25 leaders. 3 years back. Let that sink in. We're talking about ChatGPT had come, OpenAI, Claude, making all of those things. AI wasn't top of the agenda for the CEOs. 20 out of 25 CEOs didn't bring it up until Christoph brought it up that, are you not thinking about it? Fast forward to today. We are at Bain, we are helping 12 enterprises on their AI agenda, which is almost 25% of our business that we do across industries. Having said that, there are a lot of lessons on where things are not working and where things haven't worked and where we are starting to see some things work. It's early days. No one is calling it a success yet, but we are starting to see things work. So I'm going to share some of those experiences with you. So, I mean, I had just these two perspectives. When you talk AI, there are two very clear perspectives. And by the way, Christoph was here in January. He met, again, 25 odd people. He's global managing director. When he comes, we set up meetings. Half people were optimistic that this is bold. It will fundamentally change our business model. We can get to a new molecule in 60% lesser time than before. Half of the people were asking the second question. Is there a ROI? How do I measure impact? So where we are is interesting because we sit at the intersection of what we call as optimism about what AI can do or technology can do, and a fair amount of skepticism of what it can do or how this will pan out, right? With that, let me throw a few data points. Why? Let me first start with the technology, and I'll convince you technology is not a problem. Now, like I mentioned, it's not new. ML, deep learning, all of that started 20 years back, right? To where we are right now, and you'll hear this, agentic AI, workflows, a bunch of things. Essentially means that technology is at a position right now where you can hand over a bunch of activities that you're doing. It does the reasoning itself and comes back with an output, which is in line to the goal that you set them, right? Now, there are bad agents, there are good agents, and all of that. But it has gotten to a stage where we are talking about agentic AIs, which are running full workflows. Now, the reason I said it's not new, but it's been very rapid. If you see 25 to 26, the capability of the models, large language models that are coming up, that are getting released by OpenAI, Claude, Gemini, they have moved from very simple task-based, summary to reports to now almost moving to what a typical, when you're doing a due diligence on an asset, when you're creating your first business plan. My wife is starting up something right now as we speak. Her co-partner in this journey has been Claude. Claude is the second founding partner because it's just easy for you to start doing a lot of things that a person could help you with, whether it's marketing, research, creating digital spend, business model, all of that, right? So we are getting to a point, and by the way, this is Opus now, Opus 5.0. We've stopped updating this slide because the graph was just going right to the top of the axis. So technology is not a problem. And technology you have to assume that what you imagine, technology can solve it to a large extent. And we see this, right? We see, if you look at your chemical, and I call this chemical/specialty chemical, AgChem, some pharma examples, across your value chain, which is R&D, manufacturing, supply chain, sales and commercial, customer support, there are a bunch of use cases, right? Some simple, some more complex, that have been deployed. Starting from R&D, AI engine acting as an customer inciting agent, to actually AI throwing up, looking at the database, trying out different formulations, or to a digital twin of what could be the reaction and hence what could be the output, right? To filing or helping you file registrations and regulatory, right? So there's a lot that is happening. I'll not belabor, and I'm sure all of you also doing a lot. If I were to pick grids in this, I'm sure every company has picked up a few things that they're doing well, right? But what we're hearing is not very holistic business model behavior, and where we are seeing fundamental shifts that are adding or inflecting impact by 40, 50%. And that's why people are slightly disappointed, because they're seeing more incremental benefit to the effort that they're putting in, which is why the disappointment comes in. There is a tendency, because it's a new technology, there's a halo effect. People, the usual organizational impulse is every department, go find 3 use cases which we want to work on. right? Everyone comes back. 3 multiplied by 10 departments, 30 use cases, people are building. Does it happen? Yeah? And what we end up doing is people are incrementally improving their workflows or productivity inflection points. Helpful, very helpful. You must do it, otherwise you will be left behind. But that truly does not enable or set you up for a transformation, which is where we have found out 7 things that are critical where people have got it right. First, I'll talk about posture. This cannot be a IT, digital, supply chain initiative, R&D initiative. It is the CEO's mandate. It is fundamental to how you run your business and how you do it, right? I'll give you a few examples as we go along. Second is we have realized domain focus, which is depth in a workflow matters more to create impact versus breadth. 30 use cases will not give you benefit. Doing 2, but doing end-to-end workflow reimagination gives you more bang for the buck. If you're doing procurement, do that damn well, because that's what will give you the most benefit if that's where your cost sits, right? But don't do 2 use cases in procurement, negotiation assist, 2 more on other places, it will not give you the bang for the buck. That's what I call as domain focus, depth versus breadth. And the most important thing is don't choose bets that will not drive significant economics. If your starting point is, I'll do this, I'll get 8% better economics, you are actually choosing the wrong use case to start with, right? Then we heard data. Data is an absolute moat. If you are only using data from LLM, you are not creating a differentiator. You are using things that everyone else has access to. So how do you think about your data, organize the data, what part of your data is actually proprietary and needs to be used to create a moat is a very important question that people are asking. L&T is asking the question that I am the biggest construction company in the country right now. The most data on capital projects in India, that's my moat. How do I ensure I'm using that to make my projects faster? How do I use it to make sure that I'm getting to more complicated projects? How do I ensure I'm able to get the right, win the talent against other EPC companies to work with me? That's the data, which is why they're moving from a SLM to a small language model, which is proprietary to L&T. That is their moat. And finally, I heard a beautiful example, classic case of engine 1 killing the engine 2, right? If you are trying to do this without a different governance, different team, and this will not work. So resourcing that and making sure the right team is there, which has the mandate to run it as it must be run, and there's a governance that allows a resource allocation for this is a crucial part of when companies have done this well. And last point, it's a capability. A lot of people think that just because I know how to run a chat GPT, I am capable of running an AI program in the company. It needs expertise. You need to get the talent. This talent is expensive. So a big call when you pick up what you do is actually what do you buy, partner, or build? Because that capability many times does not exist within the company. Being aware of that from get-go is also been a big ingredient for making this learning system or the capability building. But once you do that, it adds a lot of value. This is where companies, and I come back to the skepticism part. First 6 months, ChatGPT launched. Everyone was super happy. This will change the world. Expectations were at the peak of how this will be disruptive. Then towards 24, 25, people started applying it. Everyone, like I said, this was death by use cases. 30, 40 use cases. People like, oh, ye to kaam nahi kar raha hai, incremental savings ho raha hai. That's where we are. Trap of micro productivity. Everything is improving, but 3%, 4%. You add your software costs, your tokens, the numbers will not make sense. So now most people have a part to choose. There will be certain winners. The winners are not going to build a faster car. The winners will reimagine their business model The winners are reimagining the delivery model, right? To the point where it was made. Someone, Innovis, made the point. Their winning model was not their R&D was better. They were just faster, responding to the customer's demand faster than anyone else out there. And that they used by the combination of technology, talent, and a culture that was allowing them to do so. If that's important for you, this can be a game changer, right? So that's the choice companies have right now. And this is a framework that we usually use. There's always a starting point, right? There is value, and the value is some people are saying 60-70% of my cost sits, and that's a typical manufacturing setup, right? Transform operations is a big, because that's where my cost sits. I need to be faster, cheaper than my competition, and how do I do that? And that's where a lot of logos that you see, they have said, how do I drive productivity by 25-30%? And completely rethink my delivery model. Michael Dell, when he was doing, and this is a good example because he was one of the first practitioners of taking up enterprise AI, he said, I'm going to divorce my revenue line from my cost line. Anything that is my cost line has to go down 20% year on year. And how do I apply technology? So, and that's the example L&T is using, saying that two big challenges future back. Not my business is growing to go 15%. India's demand guarantees me that. But 3 years from now, I will not have the right people on different sites to deliver these projects. Even if I have people, the capability of a site manager in plant site A and site B is going to be very, very different. How do I solve for that? Right? Real examples, right? Talent, A is not available, and what you're starting to see is that the talent quality, the gap is also increasing, right? How do you use AI to move the average of my site planners capability up by 30%? So what is getting done in seven days with lot of iterations, can I get a first version of that site planning in 4 hours, which takes my proprietary data of having done this across all and get that going in the first one, right? So I think that's where you have to see your business. What is the posture? Are you reimagining a proposition to the customer? Am I going to say that I will be fastest to deliver this project to you? Your innovation, I know you're innovating, I will be your innovation partner. Hence, I'll be the first to market. In that case, that you are on top left. If you think my moat is the best cost position and the best productivity, best capital efficiency, then you are here. Or you can fundamentally relook at the business model, right? Which is what some people are starting to do at the top. We haven't come across a lot of Indian companies, except for Bajaj Finance, who are starting to do this. Bajaj Finance has actually gone to the investors and said that I'm going to reimagine finance in an AI way, right? My contact centers have gone, their contact center, which does all the credit checks, has gone down to 50%. We work with Flipkart, growing at 20%. Again, I'm not giving you examples of chemicals because the bottom line is not a lot is happening in chemicals right now, which is more transformative, right? Flipkart, growing at 20% year on year. Their contact center had 12,000 people. With the new version of their workflow, the contact center has come down to 8,000, and they're still growing at 20%. That's transformative because they've completely reimagined how the contact center works there. So that's what we need to decide for our business. And this is the point I was making. Don't do a lot. And we have this concept of the lab and the crowd. Let me start with the crowd. Crowd is a lot of things that you need to do this to stay with your competition. And by the way, this will happen by each of you getting better at AI. Each of you using the co-assist that Microsoft gives as a default. Your emails are easier to compose right now, correct? Your first draft of a Word document is easier. That's the crowd. There are a bunch of things that you're doing not to stay ahead, but stay at par with the competition. But the lab is where you need to choose the 2 or 3 high priority workflows that are fundamental to your differentiation and can help you win in the marketplace. And that's where most of your investment needs to go. That's where you need to double down and do that. Here are, and this is just an example of a specialty chemical company that we are ideating right now. We look at the value across the value chain, and these are domains. These are not use cases. This is saying, how do I fundamentally look at my procurement very differently? And technology readiness is market, technology availability, but also data. Your company's readiness, which is very important. Do I have the data to start something more bold, or I'm just picking it up because others are doing it? And sometimes that leads to more frustration. Depending on where things land, right? Things which have high value and you are ready, procurement, I can tell you right now, will be true. It will be true for most companies, especially for a manufacturing company. But within procurement also, what we have found is the more neglected cousin in procurement is indirect procurement. Because direct procurement, you have category managers, you're buying metals, you're buying a solvent, everyone looks at it. Indirect procurement is distributed across your plants. The active management on indirect procurement is very low. So when you work with this pharmaco company, so these are 5 examples. I'll start with the pharmaco company. They had $1 billion of indirect procurement. They didn't even know where the procurement is happening. Because every time there's a new material code at a new plant, getting that visibility itself is now possible because of AI, because you can get both structured and unstructured data and align it. There are tools that can align that. Second is applying the same level of category management that you do with a direct is also possible. And by the way, you can do the entirety of this using agentic AI with only one category manager. When you think indirect AI use case, it's right now reverse auctions, Ariba with a few tweaks. How can I reimagine the entire workflow, which is looking at what is my spend, where am I spending, who am I buying, to taking a decision on where should I buy, running the reverse auction, getting the compliance report. All of this is agentic right now, right? The example of, and I'll show you the channel. This is an interesting one. This is Olam Agri, again, it's public now.
The world around us is changing fast. Technology is reshaping industries and unlocking new possibilities, and procurement is no exception. Traditionally, the procurement journey faces key choke points. First, category strategy development. This is a time-consuming process, involving teams spending months gathering data, benchmarking, and conducting complex analysis to develop the category's full potential. Second, negotiations. Often negotiations are done reactively. Without robust analysis of proposals and deep understanding of the suppliers and their representatives, negotiations quickly become lengthy haggling exercises, leading to suboptimal value. And lastly, tracking and monitoring. Tracking KPIs is standard practice, but most do not employ root cause analysis on deviations, making action planning ineffective. At Olam Agri, we built a series of digital and AI tools housed within what we call the Proverse that have helped us overcome these choke points and reimagined our procurement journey. Let me show you. Meet Neil, our packaging category manager. He is responsible for sourcing packaging supplies for our business in Nigeria. He starts by querying Probot, our in-house spend chatbot, to understand our historical spends and packaging suppliers we have used in the past for specific types of bags. In parallel, he pulls out ProVal, a proprietary category management tool trained on an exhaustive library of over 50 buy better, spend better, and plan better levers. ProVal recommends bespoke saving levers for each individual packaging material. It tells him there are sizable savings opportunities in managing his tail spend, and larger opportunities by substituting bag material from biaxially oriented polypropylene to regular PP bags, as is used in other markets within the business unit. He then goes to market and kicks off the request for quote through Procon. Procon is our digital workflow system that digitizes the sourcing and contracting process. After receiving bids from suppliers, Neil queries Pro Negotiator, which recommends specific areas to negotiate with each vendor. ProNegotiator doesn't just analyze prices. It predicts supplier behavior and provides MDO, BATNA, and LAA parameters by supplier. It also suggests high-impact negotiation levers based on past contracts, market conditions, and financial analytics. After identifying his preferred suppliers, Neil uses ProRef to reference previous contracts he and his colleagues have made with similar suppliers to ensure he is getting the best terms without legal bottlenecks. With AI-powered insights, Neil secures more than 8% cost reduction in a quasi-commoditized category, while also improving payment terms and delivery schedules. With the purchasing season over, a series of automated tools helps keep the spend database clean, log the savings in his most recent purchases, and generate a monthly report which he sends to his business stakeholders. These tools drive accountability and bring data democratization across the organization. Now Neil spends less time on admin tasks and more time creating strategic value for the business.
Sorry. So this was just one example. By the way, this is only one category manager for the entire thing, and this is fully agentic right now. This video is actually 8 months old. So there is a master agent which is able to do these interconnections, right? That the video said Neil is doing A, B, C, D. All of that is possible. And it is in action in a lot of Indian companies, right? Not chemical as of now, a lot of this, but in pharma, in financial services, and in certain large industrial companies as well. This is interesting. I know a lot of you are B2B. Some are probably channel business. I know the agri-business is channel. And as you know, the channel business in India, for all the e-commerce, 80, 70, 80, 90% is still GT. Right? You have to go win at a distributor, at a dealer. Your front line is the person who's having the conversation with the distributor, right? What is the win here? The traditional model of scale up in India is, if business is growing at 10%, my front line goes at 10%, 7, 8%, 3% productivity gain, and that's how I cover more, and I get whatever, 10% like for like dealer center growth. But how do you fundamentally change that? How do you drive 25% sales, same store growth, and how do you drive 20% coverage? This is actually what we did was create a frontline co-assistant which becomes and by the way, if you were to, I don't know if you have graph it, but if you were to take your sales person productivity and map it, have you guys seen the divergence on a productivity per salesperson? If you have that data, it will be a wide divergence, right? And the reason is because some people are just not having the right conversation. Some people haven't practiced or don't have the capability to do that. Then how do you augment that average up was the challenge that we got from this. This is a consumer product company. We are doing it at 4 consumer product companies right now. And we're starting a pilot with the agri company right now in rural markets in India. And the objective was better recommendations. Don't go and sell the same 10 products that I have. Just know more what is the need. Better, more number of products sold per outlet. And as a result, higher incentive, higher insights, and all of that, right? What we did, and this is a life of a salesperson. By the way, we put a pendant, a recording device, which is actually a personal coach for the person, right? Either he puts that while he's having the conversations, he can do the conversation before. So typical life would do. If Ramesh is going to do that, where are you on your monthly cycle and who do you need to visit? Don't just visit a typical beat plan is go visit all the 10 people. Visit the 3 that haven't shown sales in your area. Go and visit them first. Second is, before he goes in, what do I pitch? Which products, right? And because this is a daily run, hourly run, you're getting data recorded and stored and your AI is processing data, you can actually have a conversation. Retailer B, C, D in your micro markets are buying this today, right? That's the insight. Third is, if there is a value proposition discussion, right? Someone is complaining that our product is not better than other product. You are also getting the live coaching on what to pitch about your product value proposition more immediately to the customer. Now, this is B2C, right? And why is it better? Now, this is B2B2C. Same thing can be rethought or reimagined for institutional B2B business as well. Think of a customer 360 and what the conversation you are having with your institutional customer, and how can that be better? How can that be, you have a better win-loss rate on that. So this has actually led to, this is the architecture of that. So you anyways have your SFA DMS, but you're starting to build more intelligence in your conversations, and these are real time. So it's actually insights from conversations happening all around you are being updated every 6 hours versus a weekly planning that you typically do in a territory. That is unlocking in the pilots, we're pilot stage right now in India. 18% higher same-store sales, 5% more incentives that people are running, and productivity levels increased by 10%. This is based on 3 months data, right? And the coverage has gone from 10 stores to 13 stores, equivalent in a month for the same data. So this is just reimagining how you would think of the life of a DSR, which is a distributor sales representative, and how do you reimagine the business process around this. Now, if I was to do that, then the ROI on this can become significant. Now, of course, all of it depends on that grid I was showing you, value and readiness. Now, if indirect sales, cost for you is 100 crores, don't do this. It'll never make sense, right? If channel sales is 10% of your sales, don't do this. It'll not make sense. You're clearly not tackling the right one here, right? And there is a process for that. I'll stop here and open up for questions. There is a process. People generally go and crowd source ideas. Our view is you need to have a view on today forward and future back, starting with it. It's a strategy problem. Then you make the domains. Which are the domains I'll go big on, which has the maximum value. Then you look at the cost. By the way, one thing that you haven't experienced is token costs are going up. The business model of AI is very different from the software of the past, which had a huge installation cost, and then there's some AMC going on. This is pay per use model. A lot of people are realizing it. You're consuming a lot of tokens, which is all variabilized. So the real cost of this, and which is the one that you buy, because some others are very good in supply chain, that's not your core, but you want to use it, just buy it. Versus build, which is a proprietary, it can be a differentiator. In that case, you build it. These are all, and what is the team, as I was showing you. Unless you have followed this process, you will be in an area which is, like I said, death by 100 use cases. Some will work, some will not work, and you might fall into the expectation mismatch, and hence a lot of skepticism about AI. Let me pause here. Any questions, any thoughts, or happy to. Sure.
So the question which I have is that, for any company, and especially a manufacturing company, technology, the recipe, the process, this, that, or in a nutshell, bottom line, the data per se is the reason of your existence.
Absolutely.
Now, when we have this, how do you ensure that, that lifeline is not jeopardized? Are you getting me? What I'm saying is that, if I think of, cloud, or if I think of something else, that really does not give good sleep in the night. But if it's something, one of the things which we were experimenting was that, or whatever little way we have experimented is that we had the, server sitting inside the four walls.
Yep.
But then of course you have a lot of capital to be spent, and then of course the question comes, do you have the ROI, and do you have this? So how does that get taken?
I think that's a great question, first of all, and I think that's the real challenge that everyone has. Two ways. One is, first of all, understanding what is that proprietary data, right, that you have, which is unique to you and is differentiated. Second is you must have your own data lake, which is defined of what is localized and what is written back to any kind of public sources. So I think there's a AI is not just taking use cases, actually thinking about the data architecture is a big part of the foundational of how do you roll this forward along with the capabilities. But the point is you are localizing a lot of data that you read in and write out as you do this with your own data lake. And second is, look, cloud is a debatable thing, right? A lot of very sensitive issues, data is actually stored on cloud, and the private clouds that, the questions depending on which industry you are, whether the cloud is in India, on-premise, in India, outside India, all those are data architecture questions, and there's a cost to all of that. So depending on how sensitive the data is, there are multiple ways of safeguarding that, right? But for your most critical data, you must keep it on-premise or a private cloud for sure as a starting point. And you should actually create a data lake layer between your enterprise software, because also why is AI slightly different? For two reasons. I'm not a big AI expert. For two reasons, it's become very useful. One, you can take a lot of unstructured data. For example, you all go for your customer conversations, right? Your communication is coming on WhatsApp, emails, voice notes, bunch of things. You don't have to come and write that back into CRM. Most CRMs don't work, especially in a B2B situation, right? You can literally now, there are very fast ways of getting useful information, including summary and takeaways using AI, because it can take in a lot of unstructured data. So data source one is structured enterprise data, then is unstructured, which I think is also proprietary data, by the way. The conversation that your sales guy is having with the customer is proprietary data, right? And second reason why this is becoming useful is the insights that are given are obviously sharper, but also in a language that a frontline can understand, right? So the cyber security, data security, data architecture, to your point, is a very important part that we all need to be aware of and solve for as you do. And it needs to be done on day one, not as an afterthought. So whether it's data lake, on-premise, there are multiple solutions. I mean, again, every company's preference is different, but your point is right. ROI gets a hit, but then if it's a proprietary data, you should be generating 20-30% benefits from that. If you're not, then if you're already starting at 8% and building all these costs, it'll never work out.
Thank you, everyone, Sambit, for an insightful session. May I invite on stage Vishal to hand over a small gesture from our side. And now, before we end the entire summit, the next fireside chat is on the entire HR aspect, the human resource part. Because our employees are the team members are the one who run the show. And according to WEF, employees globally expect a significant shift in their skills over the next few years, making continuous learning, adaptability, and reskilling critical to future success. With that, I now invite on stage Shefali, who is from the Grasam Industries, and Poonam Burman, who would be in a fireside chat with Shefali. Over to you both.
Hi, good evening. I hope you still have patience to talk about people. So the last conversations The most important first point, which I think Mr. Tiwari and all the CEOs talked about, how do you create resilience? The number one point was people. So lot of discussion has happened around how do we manage talent in this difficult world. So the big three shifts, Shefali, we heard since morning. The first one is basically how supply chain has changed from linear, efficient, to now more networked and resilient supply chain. The second is how the cost curve has moved from cost curve to value curve, with customers wanting more performance, better molecules, better application, sustainability and carbon footprints and everything. And the third big one was innovation. I think, the big topic was around innovation. So not just incremental R&D, but platform R&D, idea to execution, agility, fast. Now in this context, and then Sambit's last, powered by AI, at the power AI, all three. In this changing context, what according to you is the winning organization should look like from HR perspective, and what kind of talent will power it?
That's a tough one. I think we are still struggling. I don't think we found the answers to the supply chain because the freight costs are killing us. The ADDs last year eroded quite a bit of our margins, and now we are wondering whether we have a geographic advantage or not. So I think we're still finding our feet back again with the Gulf crisis, what's happening to freight. Are we looking for new markets? Are we looking to find avenues? Should we be creating manufacturing hubs in other parts from where we were earlier to where we are today? I think there is a lot of struggle. I think from a talent standpoint, there are three big shifts that we are seeing in the industry. And the one being, again, the chemical sector by itself is not a monolith like cement. Each molecule is unique in itself. The commodities to specialities. Commodities by themselves are indispensable to the society, so you can't get away from it. I mean, in chloralkali, which is a very simple commodity that we create, 1/3, 1 in every 3 buckets is treated to be potable by our chlorine. So the impact that even the simplest of molecules have is enormous. So I think the business is evolving. Business has a lot of challenges around it. And coupled with that is the scarcity of talent, right? 37% drop in enrollments in engineering. Capacities in China are expanding because they are working on their self-sufficiency, but that is a risk for us in a big way too. I think the advantage with the rationalization of manufacturing in Europe is giving us an opportunity to be able to expand our horizons in terms of talent hunt. Can we tap into the right talent? There's a lot of talent wanting to come back to India, so are we tapping into that? Because if you're only looking within, we may not find the changes that we want to be able to make over a period of time. So I think those are avenues where talent needs to be scouted for differently now.
So one is talent. I think, definitely we have to diversify our pool, our basket, market, everything. Coming back to the softer part of it, what do you think are the mindset shifts the organization needs to make in how they perceive the talent today, especially for making future fit talent for the chemical industry?
So I think the first one shift, Poonam, is from thinking of production to manufacturing. We've built production leaders across the board, tons per day being their focus. But we have a dearth of manufacturing leaders. Do they understand the ancillaries of sustainability, of AI? How can I improve my manufacturing optimization? I mean, that facet seems to be missing. And I think one shift that we'll have to make as HR is in building that talent forward, to give them the width to be able to have a more holistic point of view. Understanding the customer. Many times the production leaders have said that we've made this product, now go sell it. But have I understood what my customer wants and then am I producing it? Have I ensured that the moisture element is right? Are the particle size appropriate? Is silica content any lesser? So those elements, are we taking care of? Partnering better with customers, I think, is one big shift. The second shift that we are seeing is long-term to medium-term.
Yeah.
7,000 employees at Aditya Birla Group have a 20-year plus tenure with the group. And this is going to change very quickly, right? I mean, people don't want to spend that kind of time. They're not going to have the patience to continue to grow with you as you grow. I think we're going to have stints shortening to 5 to 7, best case. And how am I, in my role, then able to hasten the growth process? How am I infusing dosages of capability? And how am I then extracting the maximized that I need from the contribution that I should be able to gather in the 5 to 7 years that I'm thinking that the person will be with me, ensuring that I make that stint meaningful, purposeful, and engaging for the individual. I think the third shift, quickly then, my organization is a lot about chemical engineers, while we talked to Sandeep and Raj about not being chemical engineers. But I think this homogeneity to multiplicity in career tracks is where we'll have to head. Because a chemical engineer cannot be only a chemical engineer. There are process engineers, there are production engineers, there are R&D specialists, there are BD guys, there are sales guys. And each of those roles are layered with psychometrics, where I may need a very different spike in the abilities. So if I'm thinking of an R&D to sales track, of course, the cognitive capability of the R&D guy is going to be phenomenal. But am I going to see a spike in influencing which will help him set me up for success in a role that I want to help him develop into? So how do I then build multiplicity? How do I make the roles more interesting? How do I make chemicals more glamorous? Is something that we'll have to work towards.
Yeah, on the lighter side, when we discuss in our EC and Vishal, so we look at talent and we say we all require, what you just spoke about, this, kind of mini Brahma, 3 heads with 4 hands, probably. How do you develop such kind of talent? So coming back to the process, Shifali, it's very obvious that we'll not get that kind of talent from the market, right? Big conglomerates like Aditya Birla and Godrej also, we have a big advantage of developing and having a system, HR process in place, which integrates talent development with the organization strategy. How are you doing it at Aditya Birla Group?
So I think we've put a 5 future capability stack model. Of course, it starts with the fundamentals. So the Tech Academy is going to ensure that your first principles are sorted. You understand the chemistry, you understand asset reliability, process safety. So the fundamentals have to be sorted. The next layer, of course, is on AI. Of course, we are on the crowd side, not on the lab side yet, but I think the effort is started to build there. This third one is sustainability. We are targeting moving from 27% of renewable energy to 47% this year. We have only a few months left in the year, so FY27. If that be my primary agenda, because that's what is the cost advantage I have to ensure that my people understand sustainability at the core of it. The fourth being customer, right? If I don't understand my customer, I'm not going to be able to deliver what I want to be able to deliver. So how do I help people understand the commercial aspects as well as the customer aspects? And the fifth and the major stack is on leadership, because all that I create cannot be enabled without the leaders being able to help and support their teams in being the career transformers that people need in the organization. I think what we do is integrate all of this into an ecosystem and not do isolated initiatives. So we call something Career Canvas. It's a portal where you have all the properties that exist within Aditya Birla Chemicals as well as the Aditya Birla Group within that same ecospace. So you have first pillar of self-awareness. So the opportunity for me to be able to evaluate my functional competencies, choose to take a 360 if I want to, take any other psychometric that I want to be able to help me decipher where I want to head. Just like this example of the R&D to sales trainee, if I wanted to move the person. The second pillar then is on development. And what are the avenues that I have for development? Now, development cannot happen only in the classroom. So I have to take people to do Revolve. Have they experienced a shutdown elsewhere? And that's when I'm able to leverage the group to take people, say, to metals, which may have already evolved themselves on the technology side, or take them to paints, where I already have a 4.0 manufacturing setup available, while my plants might be 50-year-olds because they started way back, right? So there's exposures, how am I creating those? And then the last pillar, which is on career opportunities. What trajectories can I enable? What transformers do I help people to be able to be guided into the avenues that they want to be able to build? So I think this facet of an entire ecosystem built together is what is helping us create opportunities, provide people mobility, and then enhance the growth that people can get.
Lovely. I think more or less we are quite like that, having talent councils across the group, development being integrated everywhere. You know, and we see a benefit of it for sure. Like AI, I think Sambit was talking, we have to decide buy or, you know, develop or agentize. I think probably we are going to that place where we will develop the key skills, niche skills, will definitely operational work can be agentized. So workforce planning, you know, going forward with all the agenda in place is a big one where HR needs to work closely with the strategy team. That's what I take from you. Now, having said that, HR puts all the process, system, policies, all the assessments. What you think, and how do you do that? What role do leaders and line managers play in creating a high performance team? So we can give guardrails, frameworks, assessments, everything. But how do you make sure that leaders and line managers are accountable for creating a high performance team?
I think it's all mostly around messaging. Like I said, leaders is the fifth and the most critical future capability stack for us. So I think unless the leader makes it happen, we can only leave it on paper in terms of the process. So I think constant monitoring, enabling the leaders. We run programs which help the managers understand what their roles are. So we have a lot of policies which help them have the enablers or empowerments to do things, but also what their responsibilities are in terms of being the managers that they are. I think messaging around make space before you take space. Listen to the quietest person in the room, break the hierarchy and have the conversation, ideate with your team and co-create proposals and initiatives. I think are messages that we are constantly invigorating into our managers and making them the ABG managers, as we would call them. Yeah. So I think that's the initiative that would ultimately help facilitate all of the effort that we are doing on mobility.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Any questions if you want to ask, because we are very conscious that we are running out of time. We are already late. Otherwise, we can, yeah, sure.
So I would be curious to hear your impulse on this. I mean, one challenge that I often observe, you know, when I look at our hiring managers, one is usually we hire for position and not for potential. And the position is open, it needs to be filled immediately. And then second, usually most of the hiring managers are men. So they go also with what they know. And so how to push also hiring managers to not only hire for a position, but hire for potential. So look at, could this person potentially replace you one day as well? There is a challenge there. I see, and second, our diversity is still far below where it has to be. I mean, I see two strong ladies here, but on average in the chemical industry, I would dare to say, you know, we're far from where we should be. So how do we make sure also when we hire that there's at least a diverse candidate in the mix, and that we also actively search for more women in the chemical industry? Yeah, and I think we also, to your point, we have to make ourselves more attractive as an industry as well there. But what's your perception on those 2 points? Yeah, hiring for position versus for potential and
yeah. So in Godrej Chemicals, definitely hiring for potential is we have almost DNI it has become a DNA of our organization in terms of how line managers will judge the candidate. So only 50% weightage is on functional, which is like should have for doing the work. The rest 50% is around the potential, for sure. And we have 3-4 layers of interview for sure. Then we have this Godrej competency, which looks into whether it's a leading team role or leading business role or an individual contributor role. Depending on that, the competencies are defined. And we train our managers. So we have a workshop called Selectors Capability, where we train them that how do you ask behavioral interview questions, which talks about the potential, not the mugged up answers, functional answers. So those initiatives are taken to make sure that we hire for potential. The second part is on diversity, and very happy to say we are around 30, I was telling her, 23% diversity in chemical industry, which is one of the best. Now that required a lot of change, mind shift change, and leadership commitment. So right starting from Vishal to all the ECs, we are making sure that the final selection, candidates who come for final selection should have representation, should have women candidates. And we also measure it. So we measure what % of our new hires are women. So there's a lot of commitment from leadership. There's a lot of infrastructural support. There's a lot of sensitivity building. There's a lot of mind shift change. And when we are saying 23%, 67% of that is in plant, running all 3 shifts. So they're in the line row. So it requires a huge commitment, but I must say my experience within 3 years, what we have delivered, it's completely possible.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So I think the potential piece, while Poonam answered, at the group, like I was mentioning, that if we have people with those kind of tenures, it's a very natural question for the leader to check in to say, what will be this person's next role? And we are never actually discussing the here and now role. So we're looking for people who are used to having long tenures, who want to be able to build their careers with us. And we're also thinking, what would this person do 3 years from now? And if we don't have an answer to that, we're usually never hiring, because we're going to be stuck with the person and he'll be a career stagnator for us in the future. So I think that messaging is very clear within the leadership organization. I think on diversity, I don't think we're as aggressive as what Poonam mentioned. We're at about 12%. Yes, we are building infrastructure within our plants. The plants are in very remote locations, and therefore the build-up of that infrastructure to ensure that we can provide fair share experiences to all the campus programs that we have. A lot of the potential pieces are sorted because of the 13 different campus programs that we're running, and ensuring that at least 50% intake is women at that base to start with, and that would then start to infuse the talent at the higher levels. Of course, in the recent past, while we may have a woman in the fray, merit has always been the first criteria. So while in the last year we've had an IMEA saleswoman in one of my SBUs as a woman, my sustainability head has come in as a woman. So yes, there are women being brought in, but there's no bias being played out by virtue of ensuring that there's merit in every hiring that we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Poonam and Shefali.
Thank you.
I would request Poonam to stay back and hand over a small token of gesture to Shefali. Thank you once again. Today's discussion was a timely reminder that while technology, innovation, and AI will continue to reshape our industry, it is ultimately the people who will determine how successfully we navigate the future. Throughout the summit, we have explored resilience from multiple perspectives, from strengthening the broader ecosystem to building agile and competitive enterprises, harnessing the power of AI, and developing the talent required for the next chapter of growth. As we reflect on this conversation and look ahead to the opportunities before us, it is my privilege to now invite Burgess Godrej, Chairperson Godrej Agrovet, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Gaurav, and good evening to everyone. As we come to the close of today's National Chemistry Day celebration, I'd first like to thank all our distinguished speakers and panelists for sharing their perspectives, experiences, and insights with us. We've seen a wide diversity of views, and it's made one thing very clear, that resilience is no longer just about managing disruption, it's about being prepared for what is going to come next. Indian chemical companies need to see how they can work with each other as customers and suppliers rather than reflexively looking to import raw materials and intermediates. The combination of the depreciation of the rupee and the geopolitical turmoil will make import substitution even more needed in the future. Across our discussions today, 3 priorities have stood out. The first is that resilience must be built as an ecosystem, a comprehensive ecosystem. India's chemical industry cannot achieve its full potential in isolation. We need stronger collaboration across industry, government, academia, and our wider ecosystem, supported by the right policies, the right infrastructure, the right partnerships, and the right kind of innovation. Let us do what we can to make industrial clusters more livable and more vibrant communities. And let us simplify clearances through convincing the government that it is in its best interests for the economy and for the country. The second point is that agility is going to define the winners. Whether it's navigating geopolitical uncertainty, strengthening supply chains, responding to changing customer needs, or meeting evolving sustainability and regulatory expectations, our ability to adapt and to adapt very quickly will be critical. The third point is that technology and talent will be our biggest enablers. AI is changing how industries innovate, manufacture, and make decisions, both in the short term and long term. But technology alone cannot create transformation. The real differentiator will be our people, their skills, curiosity, creativity, and their willingness to continuously learn and adapt. India has a tremendous opportunity ahead of us. We have the scale, the talent, and the capabilities to become a stronger global force in chemicals. But to realize that opportunity, we must move from reacting to change to anticipating it, from operating in silos to collaborating together, and from viewing resilience as a response to making it our competitive advantage. That, I believe, is what staying resilient in a new age world means. As we look towards the next decade, let's build an industry that is more innovative, more agile, more sustainable, and most importantly, an industry that is future ready. Let us put tremendous effort into training our youth for the chemical industry's needs for the future and think about their career aspirations and their goals. Let us make chemistry attractive, glamorous, and fashionable, as was said. I would once again like to thank all our speakers, panelists, and every one of you for taking the time to being part of today's conversation. The future will not wait for us to be ready. Let us be ready to shape it. Thank you, and have a very good evening.
Thank you, Burgess. And with that, we come to the close of the National Chemistry Day Summit 2026. On behalf of Godrej Industries Chemicals and Aztec Life Sciences, thank you all for the time and being part of this wonderful event. Your insights and perspectives have really enriched today's conversation and reinforced the importance of building more innovative, resilient, and future-ready chemical industry. We now invite you all to please join us for cocktails and dinners. Till we'll meet for the next year, thank you once again.